never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iranian state media says Tehran has responded to a U.S. peace proposal aimed at ending the war, while Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian insists negotiations would not mean surrender. Former Joint Chiefs of Staff Intelligence Executive Mark Chandler.
They have to show strength, and the president has to show strength. But what I hear in that statement is they're not going to bow their heads. However, if they do negotiate, it is not a sign of weakness. So there might be a slight opening in their response to the United States.
State media says Iran is seeking an end to fighting across the region, including Lebanon, while also pushing for security of international shipping routes. Police say a person who jumped a perimeter fence at Denver International Airport was struck and killed by a Frontier Airlines Airbus A321 during takeoff, forcing an emergency stop that injured 12 people, including 5 that were taken to hospitals.
Scholar, Frontier 4345. We're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Federal investigators are working to determine exactly how the incident unfolded. CDC Director Jay Bhattacharya says the hantavirus will not lead to a pandemic like the coronavirus.
This is not COVID. This is not going to lead to the kind of outbreak.
The director tells CNN State of the Union there's absolutely no need to panic over the hantavirus, since the evidence doesn't warrant it. Bhattacharya says the hantavirus is not spread by people without symptoms.
And we don't want to treat it like COVID. We don't want to cause a public panic over this. We want to treat it with the hantavirus protocols that we're successful in containing outbreaks in the past.
His comments came as passengers were being evacuated from a cruise ship in the Canary Islands, where 3 infected passengers died of the disease. I'm Scott Carr.
West Texas Intermediate crude. The domestic benchmark is at $98.58 a barrel. Brent crude, which is the foreign market benchmark, is at $104.54 a barrel, both sharply higher. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A controversy over California's voter-guided anti-Semitism.
California's Secretary of State says she had no choice but to let a fringe candidate for California governor spew anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in the voter information guide mailed out this week. Don Grunman, running as an independent, wrote in a statement that Jewish people were to blame for bringing down the Twin Towers on 9/11 and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Secretary of State Shirley Weber put out a statement Friday saying she condemns anti-Semitism, but Grunman's claims are protected by the First Amendment. I'm Jason Nathanson.
Multiple bodies have been found inside of a Union Pacific cargo train in Laredo, Texas, with authorities still working to confirm the number of dead as investigators examine that scene. Union Pacific says it's cooperating with officials in the ongoing investigation in the border city near Mexico. Earlier in the week, there were reports of an ice bust on cruise ships in San Diego, but it turns out that wasn't the case.
Federal officials say there was a bust at the San Diego cruise ship terminal, but it wasn't ice. It was for a child porn operation. Authorities detained and deported over 24 suspected cruise ship workers from 8 different ships. This happened between April 23rd and the 27th as part of an ongoing operation. Officials say all but one of the people detained was involved in either the receipt, possession, transportation, distribution, or viewing of child sexual exploitation material or child pornography. I'm Bree Tennis.
Taking a quick look at the birthday list. Kenan Thompson turns 47, U2 singer Bono 65, TikTok star Brittany Broski turns 28. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the years, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All righty then. How about it? What do you say? Shall we close out the weekend? Well, looks like we've done that on the East Coast as we cross over the midnight hour.
For the rest of the country, hey, maybe one last time, happy Mother's Day. As we wrap up the Mother's Day weekend, yeah, we'll welcome you into a brand new day. From time zone to time zone, closing out the 10th day of May. And we'll turn the page on the calendar, day number 11. We are indeed back in the saddle, live from the secret bunker. Thank the good Lord above, we safely made it. The journey, what a weekend it was. Cincinnati to Washington, D.C. Then a hop, skip, and a jump to Harrisburg, PA. Big Saturday, the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Convoy. Despite a little bit of light rain, great turnout. What an awesome event. So impressive to see hundreds. I don't know the official count. The expectation was close to 400 trucks participating in the convoy over the weekend. I wouldn't doubt it a bit. You know, we tried to film as it took well over an hour, nearly an hour and a half, just to get all the trucks rolling. And Horse Feathers kind of called it. By the time the final trucks were exiting the staging area, you know, some of the first trucks to roll out were already approaching the end of the line. We'll give you more on that coming up here. But yes, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. Yes, back in the comfy confines in Southwest Ohio after quite the enjoyable weekend. Well, let's take a look around the country. First things first with our travelers' weather. We ultimately had a pretty good travel weekend. Beautiful weather for Thursday, Friday. Yeah, a little bit of light rain on Saturday there through central and eastern Pennsylvania. By no means a washout. No thunderstorms, wind concerns, anything like that. It's a quiet night along most of the East Coast tonight. A few showers in northern portions of Virginia. A little bit of rain, say, north of Charlottesville. Some spotty showers, southern Kentucky down toward Bowling Green. More rain, kind of a soggy night there in western Tennessee. Showers, a few rumbles of thunder, kind of sandwiched in between Jackson and Nashville, Tennessee. A few stronger storms, actually prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. They're in northern Mississippi at this hour. Some of those looks like they should skirt southeast of Tupelo, but the broadest area of slow you down kind of rainy weather is through central and southern Texas. Most of the heavy rains are now just to the north and east and then southward from Dallas. But you're pretty much locked in the rain from about Tyler, Texas to Waco, down to Austin and San Antone. San Antone to Austin, a zone where we are seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Haven't seen any tornadic activity. It's basically just strong straight line winds and golf ball size hail in some of those cells there rolling through southern Texas tonight. So we saw those storms blossoming for our Mother's Day there across Texas and Arkansas. They're going to continue tracking further south and east during the overnight hours, extending that risk a little further south across southern Texas into portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. Destructive hail, flooding downpours, some damaging winds in any of these stronger storms. Storms in this zone interacting with a lot of moist air streaming in out of the Gulf, raising the risk of some localized flash flooding. As we head on into the greatest day of the week here, Monday, we've got the risk shifting a bit further east. A focus today will be across portions of the southeast from southern Alabama over toward eastern South Carolina. Main threats from storms in that zone today: hail, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and some torrential downpours. If you're going to be moving some of that freight along portions of Interstate 10 over toward I-75 and eventually I-95, be prepared for some travel delays with the potential for severe weather. We do see some chilly temperatures out there as we look up to the northern tier of the country. It's another frosty night from, say, northern portions of Iowa, eastern North Dakota, South Dakota, much of Minnesota and Michigan. Yeah, frost advisories for southern portions of both Wisconsin and Michigan. Freeze warnings, hard freeze for about the northern half of lower Michigan, northern Wisconsin. Temperature swings, this roller coaster ride we've seen through the Midwest and the Northeast through much of April hasn't really changed. We're now rolling toward mid-May. AccuWeather tells us for those itching to get out in the garden and get those plants in the ground, for the Midwest and parts of the interior Northeast, waves of chilly air driving southward out of Canada continue through the middle of this week. That may put those plans on hold while the risk of frost and freezes reemerge in the coming days. It's not all bad news. Brief episodes of nice weather kind of intermingling with the chill, along with some much-needed rainfall. We saw that mixed bag of precip there for Mother's Day. As in the Midwest a day before, we saw that brief surge bringing temperatures well above normal. Temperatures were headed toward 80 degrees in Washington, D.C., Baltimore. The word brief should be emphasized, though, as another cool down is rolling in here. We saw some showers and even a few thunderstorms. Here as we start the new week, the cool weather stretching from Minnesota all the way over to Massachusetts and everywhere in between. A pair of mornings, couple of mornings, bringing additional chances for late season frost and freezes, yet again delaying the start of the growing season. Coming up later this Monday morning, there's a pretty good swath of the Midwest and western and central Great Lakes region away from the larger bodies of water that will again see temperatures near or below freezing for a few hours. By Tuesday morning, the zone shifts a bit further east, encompassing the eastern Great Lakes, the interior Northeast, the Catskills of West Virginia, even near the suburbs of some of our big cities, Buffalo, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, would be at risk for some damaging frost if the winds are light enough. Could see a hard freeze in some of the sheltered valleys there in northern Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and upstate New York. In between and beyond these chilly nights through midweek, temperatures only topping out in the 50s and 60s for most, a bit below average for this time of year. If for those waiting for the warmer, more summer-like conditions, which we did see a little bit back in mid-April and again early last week, according to AccuWeather's long-range forecasters, much of the second half of May here should feel more like late spring, if not even a little warmer. This may end up being a good time to catch up on some of those outdoor projects and gardens across the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. It may also be a good period of pool opening right around the Memorial Day holiday weekend, which it's hard to believe that's just around the corner. All right, wave it all five. Scrapyard. Yeah, we're back in the saddle again. Hope you enjoyed your weekend there. Guardian of Chaos. Morning, Steve. 56 with cloudy skies. Winds kind of gusty, 25 miles an hour. Warm into the lower 60s today, though, here in the Nutmeg State. Stay safe, good sir. Welcome back, and thanks for the ride. Hello, Jeffrey, checking in Southern Florida once again. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Pappy, sorry I had to miss your big retirement party over the weekend. He heard me mention a number of weeks ago that the princess and I were going to be headed over to Mannheim for the Make-A-Wish convoy. And he said, Well, darn it. I I know the kids had planned a little a big shindig, retirement party, which took place over the weekend there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The greatest day of the week. That means it's showtime. So we've got two events in the books. Horsefeather's Make-A-Wish Truck Convoy, where, yes, the Princess and Steve were in attendance. Who else showed up to support the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Yeah, give us a call. Let us know. And Pappy's retirement party went off without a hitch. Kids did a great job throwing the party. Had a great turnout. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the week started. And away we go. Mary Ann, morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hope everyone enjoyed their weekend. Have a blessed day. We got Brett checking in. Hello, everyone. 94 degrees outside the house today. We had 106 for the high this past afternoon. Working on 109 for a high here on Monday. That would be Bullhead City, Arizona. Yeah, when we get back with more of our travelers' weather out west, we've got a full-fledged heat wave, the second heat wave of the year. A matter of fact, underway in the Southwest, and that's going to continue here Monday and on into Tuesday. More on that coming up. Drummer Girl, there's one that showed up there to join us for the Mother's Day Convoy. Morning all, it was great to get to meet some of the listeners at the convoy. Sitting in still a little rainy in Philly, waiting on my trailer. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammered out 60 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Tuesday. Brett, good morning from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 57 degrees. I'm back on the overnights. So this is my first night back. The only thing to get me through the overnights is Mr. Sommers. Glad to be back with all of you. Have a great Monday. All right, good to have you back with us live for the overnight drive. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Yes, Eskimo Mom, we're live, back in the saddle. Is this going to be a best of since Steve was still in Lancaster yesterday? Yeah, it's been a kind of a wild 24 hours. We had to start the day bright and early there Saturday. Of course, the trucks started rolling in at like 6 a.m. at Mannheim. There were actually some that were even staged there from Friday night into Saturday morning. Then, of course, by the time all those trucks had finally rolled out, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Made it back to the hotel, and we had to hit the hay like 8 o'clock in the evening. Try to get some sleep because we knew we had to set the alarm for like 2:30 a.m. So, yeah, less than 24 hours ago, not more than 24 hours ago, we were just kind of kicking off our Sunday. Yeah, I made that flight. Yeah, what a day from Harrisburg to Chicago. My first time. I've never, in all those years of flying, I've never done a connecting flight in Chicago. O'Hare International. Wow, is all I can say. Even at 6 o'clock in the morning, the place is like a beehive. People rushing to get from here to there. And the number of flights, I've never seen quite an airport of that magnitude, a monstrosity. But yeah, safely made it to Chicago. Had to pass like 3 hours, waiting for the direct flight from Chicago back to CVG. But here we are, back in the saddle again. Jump on in. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388 as we get a brand new day, a brand new week underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, shout out to the Iron Duck Morning Overnight Crew. Right now, 62 degrees in Clyde, Texas. Got a 3-stop load of air conditioning units heading to Phoenix, Janapa Valley, and Orange, California. Stay hydrated. Right? Keep the rubber side down. And you're heading out into the heart of the heat wave, in other words. James checking in. Morning, 65, Woodstock, Georgia. Looks like another dry week ahead here. Yeah, possibly to the 90s. Returning here next weekend. I'm not sure whether to look forward to it or dread it. All I know is summertime's just around the corner there, counting down the days. All right, brain dead. Morning, Steve. Sad to hear that Country Bumpkin passed away over the weekend. I know Gilligan, Horse Feathers, several others have been sharing. I recognize the name. I think I met Country Bumpkin a few times over the years. Yeah, probably like at the Mid-America Truck Show. So I passed away this past day, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I'm off tonight. Got to handle some business for Kroger in the morning. Last week was kind of a rough week for Dingbat and Big Sexy. A driver for the company they work for was killed Tuesday when a driver hit another van for the company head on. The driver was killed, the van attendant seriously injured, but home. And then the child that was on board had minor bumps and bruises. Hope I can check in tomorrow night so I can stay up. We'll do a racing rundown. So, speaking of, racing, where were we? Watkins Glen. Who likes to win on the road courses? Yes, none other than Van Gissenberg. And not just did he win the race, but he won it was just a dominating fashion. Yeah, we'll give you more on that. NASCAR this past day coming up. All right, who else checking in? Rubber Duck. Good evening. Wow, a rare, beautiful night out. Hope you had a good trip. Yes, we really enjoyed. Thursday, we first got there, and we'd been kind of scouring through some of the brochures and whatnot where we were going to try to. We didn't make it to Shady Maple. when all was said and done. But we, of course, arriving there at the airport in Harrisburg, we said, well, look, Hershey, PA is kind of like right in between where our hotel's going to be. So, yeah, made it over to the Hershey Chocolate Factory. Yeah, the chocolate experience. I think the amusement park opened Saturday for the first time of the season. They were all prepped for the amusement park. So that was a lot of fun. Quite an experience there. Really cool. And, of course, got to see quite a bit of the Amish country on Fridays. Every Friday, it's something they call the Green Dragon, which I guess it's got to be close to the world's largest flea market kind of thing. So we got to experience that. That was pretty cool. Yeah, many of the Amish, the pretzel makers, the bakers, the butchers, you name it, right there in the heart of Amish country. So got to experience that. A lot of indoor flea market. Of course, indoors is where the Amish make the furniture, and that was pretty cool. Outdoors, good golly. Yeah, flea market galore. It turned out to be a beautiful day Friday as well. I can't believe the number of people. Yeah, thousands of people showing up there at the Green Dragon. Let's get a news break. A service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. President Donald Trump rejecting Iran's response to a U.S. proposal that would have ended the conflict. In a post on social media, the president said he had read the response from the Iran's so-called representatives, and he called it totally unacceptable. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance. Mike Waltz appeared on the ABC program this morning to say that. Meanwhile, the Iranian military is warning any country that enforces sanctions on Iran, it will face problems passing their ships through the Strait of Hormuz. An army spokesperson for Iran made that claim on state media, adding that during the ceasefire with the U.S., Iran has strengthened its forces. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff meeting with Qatar officials in Miami yesterday. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit x39driver.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Get it underway as we roll into a Monday. Ah, yes, indeed, the greatest day of the week. Haven't seen him check in yet. Hello, Captain Ron, if you're with us. Probably not on a Sunday night, right? Hello to Eskimo Bob, though. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Yeah, I wish it was a happy Monday. Sad to hear we lost our fellow listener, Country Bumpkin. He was a joy to listen to and chat with from time to time in our post-show talks. Anyway, got another 42 hours on the vacation, except for Election Day last Tuesday and a couple other appointments. It's been fairly quiet. Trying to recover from the massive chore, clearing out all the overgrowth on the property line. All right. Easy to do the cutting, but it's a challenge to do the cleanup and keep the city yard waste pickup happy. We're clear, 53 degrees outside the home 20, Sydney, Ohio. Sneakers, welcome back, Steve, and Hot Shot Secret. You guys are the best. You're the eyes of your listeners, so a full report, please. Sounds like y'all had a great time. Hope Blind Man made the trip, he says. He did. Yes, indeed. Got to meet Blind Man Saturday, as well as Gilligan and Marianne, right? And a bunch of others. It was good to meet Flying Too Low. Don's his actual name, but he chimes in from now and then via email. Mississippi. He's the one delivering airplane propellers around that. What a unique job. You talk about a niche occupation. That's why he goes by the handle Flying Too Low. Good to meet you there, Don, and the better half. I made that drive all the way from Mississippi to join us there for the Mother's Day convoy. How cool is that? Yes, of course, buckwheat and cream of wheat were there with Ashton Mario Kart. Had a good time. He got to, of course, they drove in the convoy once again this year. There was a surprise arrival. He didn't make it prior to the trucks were in the process of rolling out. And I'm out there, I'm filming. Yeah, the sirens for all the fire trucks, the sirens are wailing, the horns are blaring, all the trucks as they're exiting and headed onto the convoy route. My phone rings. I'm like, what the? Spaceman? Yeah, I pick up and, where are you? And of course, can't hear anything. He said, where are you? And I'm out here filming. They're exiting. He said, I'm out in front of Bay 37. Wave your hands. Wave both hands. Sure enough, there he was. He had to find a place to cross in between the trucks, trying to exit the convoy there. But sure enough, Spaceman showed up. Got to spend a little bit of time with him. Wanted to go out and maybe get a bite to eat with him at the end of the day, but we were so wore out, and of course knew we had to hit the hay. So we got to stand around and chat for a couple of hours there. But hey, good to see Spaceman. He says, I gotta start calling back in. Yeah, just give us a ring. Let us know what's been happening out there. Still driving for UPS, and he had worked the night before. That's why he was kind of getting in late for the convoy. But he'd been up nearly 24 hours. he was wore out too. But good to see you, Spaceman. Looking good. There was a time when he had the hair down to here, the beard all the way down to the belt buckle. All kind of shaved up, nice and trim now. After, of course, he had the heart attack. Yeah, well, 2 years ago, the anniversary, I think he said, it's coming up here about a week from today. He said, 2 years, I haven't had a cigarette. He said that right as I was firing up a Winston. Whoops. But good to see you. Who else on the line here as we get the new week underway? There's John Ferguson. Oh, let's see. No, wait, it's only Monday. Well, good morning from the rolling hills of western Iowa. I got a load of exterior home products, a 3-stop in Omaha to start the week. Hoping for a quick load back and we can maybe start the adventure all over again from Piqua on Tuesday. Good morning to the overnight crew and Steve. Hope everybody had a blessed day. And remember, we were not given a spirit of fear, but a power, love, and a sound mind. Good night from the sleeper bunk. Have a great show. All right, just checking in here. Gary is on board, 58 degrees, Southwest Ohio. Yeah, a sound mind. I got you. I knew what you were trying to say. Text to talk, as he put it. All right, see what's going on with, I think, is that Plowboy? Is that you?
Yeah, that's trying to be me. Yeah, up here in Kansas City, Missouri. Well, I'm glad y'all had a good weekend and glad it was a good convoy over. Yeah, one of these days, maybe I might be able to get out. Yeah. Right now, we're getting pretty busy up here making Ford Transit vans and Ford F-150s. How do you get down there to did y'all take an Uber? Did we rent a car? What did you rent?
What did I rent? How about a Japper Crapper?
Oh, damn it. Well, I guess that's better than Tupperoo or
whatever. We flew into Harrisburg. Yeah, we had to rent a car because we had all Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we ended up with it was a Camry, and Plowboy, it was a hybrid.
Oh my God! Damn, Steve, you're on the dark side too, brother.
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't too bad. It was a comfortable ride. Get a load of this for all the driving we did. Harrisburg to Lidditz. 3 days of driving. I had to fill the tank back up before I turned it in there. This past morning. 4.71 gallons of gas is all I burned. And so it was like, even at $4.59 a gallon, it was like $26 to top it off. And that was like a half a tank.
Oh, wow.
So it runs on you don't have to plug it in. It runs on the battery. The engine fires up, and when it needs to, charges the battery. So sometimes it's running on the battery, and sometimes it's running on the actual gas engine.
Correct.
But it saved a lot on gas. I was pretty impressed by that.
Okay, since I can play stupid on this because I've never drove one of them flashing things. Did you do good as far as the mileage goes? And did you actually hear the damn thing shut off like this damn piece of crap Maverick I got at the stoplight? Now, does that completely shut off going down the highway once the battery gets back to charge, or how that happens?
If you turn like the AC on, it automatically starts the gas engine. If you're just kind of tooling around, you're going around the block, it'll be just running on the battery, and then you'll feel the engine kind of start up when it needs the actual engine. But I didn't, like at stoplights and everything, I never felt a shut off and kind of like the Subaru does.
Oh, that's good. That's one thing just annoys the hell out of me.
I hate that. I hate the engine stop at the parking lot. I mean, at the stoplights and the stop signs. I've got the button to override it. I always bypass it.
Mm-hmm. I just always had that damn feeling one of these days that some of the bits, even still under good warranty, hopefully, God willing, I just feel like this thing ain't going to kick back on. That's how paranoid I am of it. I like to tip my hat and thank all the police officers, law enforcement, state highway patrol, sheriff deputies, local police, and constables, and whoever else is part of our law enforcement, since it's y'all's Law Enforcement Appreciation Week. And therefore, it's also the public service announcement. Anybody, it's a good damn time to take a holiday. We got the safety blitz starting.
Yes, I was just going to say, you got law enforcement. I didn't realize it was law enforcement. They're going to appreciate you this week for 72 hours.
Uh-huh. And I would like to ask all the American drivers to take a 3-day holiday. No, you ain't hiding a damn thing. You ain't hiding a damn thing, brothers and sisters. You ain't hiding nothing. But it will give them better ability to grab the non-speaking, non-compliant, un-American, non-domiciled driver. I'm just saying.
Right.
That's what my thought of it. But one final note or two. Hey, Culpeper, Virginia County, I guess they had a hell of a bust over there this past week. It happened, I guess, at a construction area where they were building, I guess, a business or two or three or whatever development. I forget how many Culpeper and 10 other agencies got into that bust, all because I guess the neighborhood was pissed off with the mud that the construction trucks are dragging out on the highway, and I guess they had a bus from hell. I think they wrote it was a hell of a hellacious bunch of summonses that they wrote, and out of services, out of yin-yang.
Mm-hmm.
But no, on my final thought, I heard that the southeast is going to get some rain this week with all them dangerous storms. We're also going to be on something we're going to be hearing a lot of. Be damn careful down here. We're going to have a lot of fires created by a storm driving out in front with lightning, ain't we, Steve?
Dry lightning, as they call it.
Dry lightning and in front storms. I've seen it too much out here on this damn southern plains. And I mean, we're going to get rain here in an hour, but 30 minutes before that.
Lightning strikes without the rain, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But other than that, I'm surprised y'all didn't fly in a joint base Andrews out there like the President Trump has before. That'd be a better place to go. Oh, by the way, how was it without TSA? Did y'all feel secure, or how was it going?
Everything went pretty smooth. The lines were a little longer than I'm accustomed to in the past when I've flown. Okay. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes I think we spent, at Cincinnati to get out. Yeah, the line this past morning, which I could not believe. Harrisburg's a relatively small airport, but it probably took a good 25, nearly 30 minutes to get through the security line. Yeah, so Plowboy, I'm a smoker, the bad guy.
That's why they're on the ask.
Didn't get a smoke, so I get in the line there at the TSA Harrisburg, and it's 5:36 in the morning. Yeah, we get into Chicago. We got a 3-hour layover there. And I never saw outside the doors in Chicago. They said if you want to, you got to exit to get a cigarette. Then you got to get back in the security line and go in the lines there in Chicago. I said, I made it through. I bit the bullet and drank a couple of Skull Busters and just passed the time. But didn't get a smoke till we got back. I think I went 9 hours. Plowboy, how about that?
That damn near killed me, Steve. That's the reason I only sleep 4 or 5 hours at a time so I can get up and have a cigarette. Well, all righty. I guess I'll get off here, but thanks for being back.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Plowboy. Yeah. No, never saw the outside the airport walls in Chicago. But what a busy place that is. Incredible. Yes. He mentioned your favorite 3 days of the year in the trucking community. Road check. Technically, I guess kicks off like at midnight tonight, the 11th into the 12th. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. Here you go. The Arizona Department of Public Safety, obviously, like everybody else, will be taking part in CVSA's Road Check this week, International Road Check. A special emphasis, they're even giving you advance notice, a heads up. In the state of Arizona, they're going to really have a special emphasis on 2 interstates in the northern part of the state, they tell us. Inspectors paying special attention to cargo securement and the electronic logging devices. Tampering with ELDs is going to be a focal point this week. But Arizona announced on Friday, inspectors will concentrate their efforts on 2 areas. Enforcement areas will include Interstate 17 from McGuireville to Flagstaff, and then Interstate 40 from Flagstaff to the Parks Rest area. Those 2 focal points, as well as ports of entry in northern Arizona. Officials are encouraging truckers prepare for road check. Do your pre-trip inspections. Ensure your documentation is in order. Address any mechanical issues before you get on the road. Of course, the largest targeted commercial vehicle enforcement program in the world. During the road check, nearly 15 commercial vehicles being inspected on average every minute, encompassing North America. Safety personnel operating out of weigh or inspection stations, pop-up inspection sites, conducting 2-part inspections, focusing on drivers and your vehicle. Obviously, if a safety violation is found, you're out of service. Road check kicking off Tuesday this week.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
We'll keep an eye on our cluster of showers, thunderstorms, some on the strong side. Rolling through especially southern Texas tonight. They're right now looking at a line from, say, right about Guerrero to Casario Springs to Coachula, Texas. Severe thunderstorms, straight line winds. $50 size hail, they tell us. If this cluster holds together, it's kind of making a beeline headed toward Houston to Victoria, Texas during our overnight hours here. Rubber Duck said, did you get pizza at O'Hare? And did he say door 37 at the auction? Last I knew it was 28 lines, 28 lanes. I told you it was huge. Yes, 37 lanes, Rubber Duck. We were kind of talking about that. Spaceman said, he had been there years ago. He said, I remember when it was like 4 lanes. So, yes, they will actually be running 37 lanes at one time, consecutively. And Rubber Duck, I had no idea. So, you're driving into the place, and acres and acres and acres of cars. It's the auction cars. Can you imagine 37 lanes running at all at one time? When I hear Mannheim Auto Auction, I think about like what you see on TV when they run some of those high dollar cars through and whatnot. I had no idea when they say auto auction. Thousands of cars. Rolling through there. All righty. It was pretty fascinating there, I got to tell you. 37 lanes. I don't know, is that the largest, maybe second largest auto auction in existence out there? I don't know if there's anything bigger than that. It's been a while since we heard from the Knuckle Buster. Are you up late or starting your day early?
Nah, I'm up late. Ziggy's already passed out over on the couch there. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, Steve, I'm being robbed. Somebody call the police. Wait a minute. It is the police robbing me. Is that what everybody's going to be saying Tuesday?
For 72 hours.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, let's get a belated Happy Mother's Day from the mother of all mothers to you. Flyboy, unless you're under warranty, you can have a mechanic turn that start-stop feature off there. I don't think you can do that to your car, can you, Steve?
There's actually a button I can push that automatically deactivates it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I had it turned off in my 15 Ford F-150 there, so, and that 2000 Ford, it ain't even got that on it. So I read on Popular Mechanics, this woman went for a casual walk and accidentally discovered a 1 in a million treasure. See, she found a ceramic pot with roughly 900 years old with a stash of more than 2,150 medieval silver coins known as denarii. Well, the coins aren't actually 100% silver. They make this silver alloy, copper lid, trace amounts of other metals, and they're still trying to figure out the value of it all. So you never know. She might win the jackpot there, right?
It sounds like she probably did. Medieval coins. That's got to be valuable.
Yep. Well, I read on the drive, I didn't know they were rednecks up there in Zionsville, Pennsylvania, Steve. They took a 1.4-liter Chevy Spark engine, which doesn't sound too crazy until you put it in a Polaris ATV, right?
Okay.
Yep. So it's got 98 horsepower, 94 foot-pounds of torque. But that can be a lot more exciting when you got it in the right vehicle instead of that Spark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what was the name of the group that done it there? Mad Goat Customs. Yeah, they're out of Pennsylvania up there. That might be some, you reckon Horse Feathers needs to carry his fire truck up there?
If he can get it running.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He didn't get to bring his fire truck this year. He tried to get it out of winter storage here, the week before. It was having fuel issues, so he had to bring his old flatbed Pete up for the convoy. Hold the thought. Back after this.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is rejecting Iran's response to a U.S. proposal aimed at ending the war, calling the message from what he described as Iran's so-called representatives totally unacceptable after Iran state media reported the response had been delivered through mediators in Pakistan. U.S. officials are working to evacuate 17 Americans from a cruise ship struck by the deadly hantavirus outbreak that has killed 3 people, with a specialized medical aircraft expected to transport passengers from Spain's Canary Islands to a monitoring facility in Nebraska.
When I left, the doctor got down on his knees and was like, "You are a miracle. You shouldn't be alive right now, but you are, and that's a miracle, and I can't believe I was here to witness it."
The ship will continue towards West Africa. Former FBI Director James Comey's trial over his 8647 social media post is set to begin in July.
Comey's facing federal charges, including threatening the president. In a written order Friday, a judge tentatively scheduled a trial start date for July 15th. Federal prosecutors have argued the image showing seashells arranged on a beach to read 8647 was a threat to President Trump. Comey will be arraigned on June 30th. I'm Jim Roop.
The truth is out there.
Americans are finally getting a look at the first batch of newly declassified UFO files. Among the highlights is Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin's debriefing report, where he recalled several unusual phenomena he and the crew encountered during the first moon landing mission. President Trump ordered the Pentagon and other agencies to start releasing the files. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said, "Now the American public can fully decide for themselves when it comes to opinions on aliens." The department said it will be releasing new materials on a rolling basis. I'm at Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.93 an ounce, down $23. Silver is at 81, which is up slightly. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
I was just scared, like all of a sudden, like it was this big jolt and everything started moving. And I was like, holy crud.
A lot of shaking in parts of Southern California.
It's being called a seismic swarm of earthquakes happening Saturday and Sunday morning in San Diego County. 350 minor quakes, mostly in a remote area of the Imperial Valley from the Salton Sea to the Mexican border. The largest quake was a 4.7, which hit shortly after midnight Sunday morning. No reports of any damage or calls to emergency services for help. I'm Jason Nathanson.
Nike is facing a new class action lawsuit accusing the company of failing to refund tariff-related costs.
In the proposed lawsuit, consumers claim Nike should not be allowed to keep significant refunds it may receive. This comes after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in February that the president lacked authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose certain tariffs. Nike has said it paid roughly $1 billion in tariffs on imported goods as a result of those actions. Plaintiffs allege the company raised prices on some footwear by $5 to $10 and on apparel by $2 to $10. I'm Lisa Carton.
Egg consumption is associated with a lower risk of Alzheimer's disease for seniors 65 and older.
That's according to a new study published in the Journal of Nutrition. Researchers at California's Loma Linda University found that eating one egg a day for at least 5 days a week reduces Alzheimer's risk by up to 27%. They say that eggs are known to support brain health. The American Egg Board provided some of the funding for the study. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed. As we close out the Mother's Day weekend. All right, time to get back in the saddle, and away we go. Rolling into a Monday, 11th day of May. Trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, it was definitely on the cool side, especially in the early morning hours. Warmed up nicely in the afternoon. Yeah, upper 50s, lower 60s. Therefore, Friday, Saturday for the convoy itself. Had a little rain, though. By the time the convoy ended, the sun had come out. Yeah, things were warming up. It was overall not a bad day. Meanwhile, out west, you're baking. Cooking in the second heat wave of the year. And that's going to continue through your Monday, Tuesday. Some locations reaching temperatures you haven't seen since last summer. Daytime highs between 90 and 100 common. For many, right through Tuesday. Some locations even topping out in the 110 plus degrees. Phoenix and Palm Springs, California, for example, forecast to reach into the 110 plus. For the first time this year. Las Vegas and Fresno, California, highs forecast to top out in the triple digits for the first time this year, Monday, Tuesday. You're looking to avoid the heat. You'll have to head out near the coast of California, where you have the sea breeze and the marine layer, keeping temperatures in the 60s and 70s. But it is that time once again where you're going to have to start practicing, staying hydrated. You're not really acclimated to these temperatures just yet. Light-colored clothing, take breaks, find the shade when you can. If you're doing any strenuous physical activity, make sure you have plenty of water. Try to limit those activities to the morning, late morning, limit late morning through mid-afternoon. The heat's going to continue to melt away the dwindling snowpack that's already at near record low levels, which already brings some concerns for the water supply. Further north across the northwestern tier of the country, temperatures also rising through Tuesday. Upper 60s to middle 80s along the I-5 corridor, Portland, Seattle. We're talking 10 to 15 degrees above average. Meanwhile, east of the Cascades in Washington and Oregon, temperatures forecast to reach levels more typical of June, where you're going to be in the 70s and 80s, as a matter of fact. All right, we left off there with Knuckle Buster. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks for holding me over, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, we'll get to see some of them scantily-clad senoritas this week. It's all sunshine down here this week.
All right.
Yeah, my kind of women there. Before I rebuilt my 85 VT 1100 Honda Shadow, I thought about putting it on a go-kart, Steve. My son-in-law said I better put some seat belts on there, and while I was at it, I had a roll cage, too, there. Speedometer says 135, but that may go faster than what I want it to, right?
I hear you.
Yeah. For you to be born, thousands of ancestors had to have sex over several generations, with a total of 4,094 ancestors needed over the last 12 generations, roughly 400 years, to create your direct lineage. If a single couple in your direct line failed to reproduce, there would be no Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Radio.
Is that right? How did you figure that out?
Dr. Google. I just asked Google a question and it popped it up.
Okay.
We can hope Google's correct, right?
I think sometimes they are, and every once in a while they're not, but...
Right. Well, let's get a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, my gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers, and his family. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Because didn't nobody miss having sex during his lineage there. You can call Steve at 844-844-3388. Slap that truck driver and radio up against the dash and gouge on it. And my favorite Mel McDaniel song is Stand on It. And he says, when through the roar of his engine, he heard somebody shout, stand on it, stand on it. See, I support LGBTQ. Liquor, guns, beer, titties, and quickies. And Steve, did you hear about the guy that got the left side of his body amputated?
I can't say that I have.
Well, he's all right now.
He's, oh boy. He's all right. It's 12 past the hour. Old knuckle buster. Under industry headlines, I've got lots to talk about in the autonomous vehicle category. You know, Plowboy's favorite. But more on electronic logging devices, which, again, will be a focus this week during the 72-hour road check. 3 additional ELDs have been added to the revoked list. They've announced the following devices. Safe ELD. That's the Android and I guess the iOS as well. Safe ELD iOS, both of those models. Then you've got MyLogs ELD. The formerly known as MRS 201. According to the agency, these devices were added to the revoked list for failure to meet minimum requirements. If you're currently using any of those 3 now revoked ELDs, you'll have till July 7 to replace them with a compliant device. Failing to do so by the deadline results in a no record of duty status, and you'll be placed out of service. At this point, there are 975 electronic logging devices on the approved list, as they say. Before the July deadline, the agency said drivers using any of those now 9 revoked ELDs should revert to using paper logs or logging software. These can be added back to the approved list if the provider corrects all the identified deficiency. Despite that fact, they say it strongly encourages you to replace the current devices. But more often than not, they do not fall back into compliance. This is just the latest effort to remove non-compliant ELDs from the approved list. To date, they've placed, 38 devices on the revoked list last year, 2025. So far this year, they've already pulled 31 different ELDs from the approved list, with 2 of those revoked, then later being reinstated. There are currently 351 devices in total on the revoked ELD list. Since January of last year, the FMCSA has taken decisive action, removing 67 non-compliant devices that failed to meet federal standards. Now, in addition to revoking the non-compliant devices, they've also recently announced a complete overhaul of the ELD vetting process. That should have been the process from the get-go here, and we wouldn't be going through this nightmare of constantly revoking devices. The problem is they allowed the self-certification process, which has been in effect since the ELDs were mandated in 2017. It's made it easy for companies to register non-compliant devices or, in some cases, actually re-register devices that had already been revoked, kind of like a chameleon carrier. They just changed the name, and it's the same product that was on the revoked list. There's still not much known about how this new vetting process is going to work. They have not specified whether the self-certification process will ultimately be eliminated, which that needs to be the case. Nonetheless, they said the new vetting process will give drivers and carriers more confidence that the devices they're purchasing are accurate, reliable, and compliant. Rubber Duck. What do you say, Rubber Duck?
That was a pretty good race today.
I didn't get to tune into the race. I had to get a few hours of sleep, which I didn't get much. But sounds like, what's his name? Van Gissenberg had to make a pit stop and came out, 20-something with not many laps left, and actually made his way through the field and had a 7-second lead by the end, if I read correctly.
So if the time frame that they say is right, he pitted, Gibbs was leading, and Ty Gibbs drove a smart race, beautiful race the kid did. Nothing, don't take anything away.
Uh-huh.
Van Gisberg makes up 28 seconds. I saw him, he was 18 seconds back in 16th place. And then with 5 laps to go, he was in 4th. The dude he was just on a rail.
That's unheard of, especially on a road course.
They compared him. Mike Joyce said he's been compared to Dan Gurney. He goes, no. He says, this is the best road racer ever. Like he wadded out every driver that's ever come down the pike, Mario, anybody, and just put Shane up on that pedestal for what he just watched.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, it's a good highlight to try to catch up with. But so do they still have the restaurant inside the auction in the building there, or is that closed up?
There is a rest. It wasn't open when we were there, obviously, but I saw this. There was a big menu on the wall there.
Yeah, that was usually open on sale day on Friday. That was the best thing if you could get there when the sale was going off.
Yeah,
and sneak inside to meet the boss lady. You could get in and get some of that good cooking. That was good eating back in the day when we could sneak in there. But so when I started going there, I think they had 12 lanes. And when you turn in from the highway at the red light there, right on the right-hand side used to be the original auction building. It was just this old form stone building. That's the 4 lanes that he was talking about. All that used to be the truck lot. That's where we used to load at. The auction never went past that corner. They bought those farms. That parking lot on your left, that used to be a cornfield, and it was overflowed truck parking. And if it came in and rained in the summertime, we weren't getting out. That guy down the road with the 8-wheel tractor come out and pulled us out all the time. It was a real nice farmer up down the road. He pulled us out a bunch of times to watch that place grow. And the side industry, that goes with it. If you think about it, you've got I drop cars off at little shops to clean them up, spiff them up, get them right. Then they run them over to the auction. So you got those people touching them. Then you got people at the auction that drive them and set them up and run them through the run lanes. It's crazy that you'll get a headache trying to, if you walk through the thing when the auction's going off, trying to watch the chaos.
Yeah,
you'll take 2 aspirin before you get halfway through it.
There's like all these video screens. I guess so. Most of this is like online now, right? The online auction.
Pretty much since COVID. I think I've seen 2 live lanes in Chicago. And then everything else runs simulcast. Every time I went into a car dealer, the manager was there instead of going to the auction. He was sitting in his chair watching it on the computer. bidding on the car. Already had his list of cars he wanted to bid on.
Mm-hmm.
So the pictures, the camera systems. The camera systems are insane. When I drive the car up to the gate, guard punches everything in the little handheld. It generates the sticker. Sticker's got the barcodes and everything on it. They tell me to drive on in. Drive into this big tent. This big tent's got like 200 cameras. Side cameras, top, front, undercarriage cameras. The inspection detail from the pictures, from just me idling through it. It captures everything.
Wow.
The AI software can pin the dents. It can tell you if there's one Goodyear, one Firestone, one Michelin, one Dunlop tire on it. It can, because it senses, hey, that's a mismatch. That doesn't match this tire. Oh yeah, it's so then all that's stored in. You just get online, you're looking. You can look. You want to buy a car that needs a little bit of work because your body shop's slow. You buy a car that needs a little bit of work that your body, that's slow on your body shop.
Yep.
But yeah, like when you get done with your lease on your Subaru, be honest, your car will be clean enough. It'll probably go there. I mean, they used to come from California to buy cars there.
Wow.
I used to take full loads. There was many a small trucking company built out of that little town. There's a kid up there now I think he bought his 150th truck. And he forgo pretty much the used car hauling, and he's got new car contracts.
Mm-hmm.
But just by the relationships that he made running out of that auction, he's become one of the biggest people. But so Horse Feather's old truck looked like it was a rollback, though. It's just a flatbed, like a farmer's flatbed.
It's
a cool old truck.
It is a rollback, yeah. Because he thought about bringing up his pickup, like bringing the truck up there like Friday, and then taking his pickup back home, so he could just bring the pickup back on Saturday. But he just opted to bring the truck up Saturday morning.
That's a neat old truck. I heard that old two-stroke humming away. It was neat to see that. I caught a still shot off one of the videos from somebody standing on the road, and yeah, I still haven't seen the end of the convoy. I've watched video after video, and I see it starts with a different truck, and it ends with a different truck, but that started down the road at the Buck Motorsports Park, at where they have the truck and tractor pulls, and in the years it's grown to that, and it needs to be duplicated. I mean, there's trucking for kids in California and stuff like that, but that needs to be a tradition every Mother's Day. Anywhere we can pull it off, the trucking industry needs to get behind that for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
If that's the one thing that this industry can agree upon, it's that we take a step back on Mother's Day and we honor those kids and we help this cause to help those kids. And other than that, try and find somebody that maybe knows a little bit more than I do. Yeah. And have a good night.
Well, this was 37 years they've done it, so... One other thing, Rubber Duck. I mean, we went up there Friday evening to set up, and it was like between 5 and 7 p.m. And when we were leaving, obviously I didn't know where the hell I was going, but I was just kind of trying to follow the cars. I was trying to get out of the damn place. Apparently, I ended up in the lane where I guess auction cars were exiting, and they made everybody in front, but they're having to get out, open all the doors, open the back. I guess they're checking the vehicle, and I pull up and I said, "I'm here for the make." So of course they stopped me, and they had to call in the VIN number off the vehicle I was in, and they had to call back and say, "Yeah, that's not in our system here." So Like, I guess.
Yeah, you didn't have a gate pass. They weren't going to let you out. That's funny.
So I got a DA of the Week nominee for that. He said, next time you have to go in. I don't know where I'm going. He's telling me to come in, over on this, whatever. Okay.
It's crazy. I mean, and so there's even there's companies, like ladies. I had a lady and her daughter and the rest of the kids would come on. And back in the day, it was $5 a car. It started at $3 a car. I do remember that. It was the last time I checked. It cost me $90 to get 9 cars pulled out. But I would call her and give her the VIN numbers and the gate passes. She'd print them up. And between me leaving here in Indiana, and by the time I pulled in and stopped at the Wawa down the street and got my dinner, pulled up there, pulled my ramps out, I parked next to my cars in the truck lot.
Wow.
And I was loading them up. And I was going to bed and getting up the next morning, and I was coming right back home. Because once we went to E-Logs, this was a hard run to get back home from there. It was 714 miles, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you pretty much, you left, you did your 30-minute break and you got back to moving. But man, I made a lot of money out of that place.
And you ask about Chicago pizza. We were there so early in the morning. We did find a place where we could sit down. And they were doing breakfast stuff, but he said no Chicago. They did make Chicago pizza and Chicago dogs. He did whip me up an order of hot wings, though.
Well, that works. Yeah, they have like a Giordano's pizza there, and then I guess the hot dogs are Portillo's. Like like the Marriott, franchise things that they have at the airports.
Right.
Probably the coolest one. You could live in the Atlanta airport. You'd never have to leave. They had everything. They had Applebee's, Buffalo Wild Wings. They had everything in that one.
Wow.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. But all right, well, I see you're 28 after.
There you go. All right, coming up. Thank you, Rubber Duck. Have a great Monday. News and service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance as the war with Iran continues.
That's up to President Trump as commander-in-chief to determine what constitutes a violation, when to go back to military action, or when to continue to give diplomacy a chance.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, the ambassador said that Washington is still pursuing talks after Iran sent a response to a U.S. peace proposal following Trump's expectation of an answer on his framework for ending the war. The State Department says it's revoking the passports of parents with unpaid child support.
Thousands of parents who owe $100,000 or more in past due child support are going to have their passports revoked. A news release by the State Department says under federal law, anyone who owes more than $2,500 in child support can have their passport either revoked or denied. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
On a Monday, get the new week started here. Our number, 844-844-3388. Santa Claus checking in. Top of the morning, Steve, 84 degrees, Elk Grove, California. Going to spend the day in the Bay Area tomorrow. Try to find a way to stay cool, all right? Larry, morning from Big Timber, Montana. Clear skies, 60 degrees. Headed towards Seattle, then it's back to Cheyenne to load on Tuesday. Then it's off to Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Moving the freight. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello, Rick in Columbus. Kind of lost track over the weekend. Yeah, the Reds were on a hell of a losing streak. They had lost 7 in a row before we headed out. They got it up to 9 losses in a row. They went from first place in the division, rolling into the first day of May. And I believe they went, was it like 8-9 days into May without a win? They're bottom of the division. They did win 2 in a row, I guess. They did win Saturday and Sunday, but yeah, still bottom of the list. But man, oh man, what The wheels fell off. Get it back together, guys. Jason, morning, Steve, up here in Dickinson, North Dakota. Morning delivery, got a steel pipe load. We'll head over to Williston, finish up loading the rest of the morning. 50 degrees, kind of windy, but we are dry at this hour. There's Billy Lenning checking in. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive. Welcome back, Steve. Hope you had a great time there in Mannheim. And a happy greatest day of the week. Yeah, it was a very enjoyable weekend. Yeah, Princess she really wanted to see, what it's like out there in the heart of Amish country. So yeah, I mentioned a bit ago, we made it to the big flea market, Green Dragon, as they call it. I have never seen as many people at a flea market. And supposedly they do it every Friday, but yeah, this past Friday was a beautiful day, sunny in the 60s. It was a great day, and that was interesting. But there were Amish there, but she wanted to see the horse, the buggies, and all that kind of stuff. So we wrapped up the Green Dragon a little bit early in the afternoon, like 1 o'clock or so, 1:30, and said, all right, we got time. We got the little map on. We headed down. Bird in Hand was the community. And I think that Bird in Hand, and then we were kind of in between Bird in Hand and Intercourse. But yes, the drive down, she got to see the incredible, the farm. Is it just me, or does it seem like many of these Amish, they've got to be rather wealthy to have these homesteads? I mean, some of the homes were, gorgeous in all the land. Yeah, but many of them out there, tilling the fields with the horses. It was, a lot of the women were cutting the grass. Actually, they do use gas-powered lawnmowers, some of them on riding mowers, some of them push mowers. There were some of the, using the horses, pulling the old-timey, remember they used to have lawnmowers that you'd, mechanical, you push them, and they got like the razors that spin around. One farmer out there with the horses pulling a big, I guess it must have been 10-foot wide, spinning blades behind him, turning up the grass. And so she really had a good time. That was enjoyable. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with Eagle this week. It's road check week. So are we going to get back to the home 20 and hide out, or are we going to be out there seeing if you can get inspection?
I'm not going to go into detail too much about the road check, Steve. I might talk about it. I'll call you back in the second call. You know how I feel about it. I told you that in the past.
Right.
It's nothing but a money revenue. It's nothing but a money revenue deal. If it was about safety, they wouldn't give you a ticket and tell you to be on your way. But they wanted to write out a ticket. If they wanted safety, they would just give you they would just tell you what your violation was and get the violation fixed, and you go on about your way. But money has to be involved. That's the reason why I don't accept it. Nor do I like it. Unfortunately, this year I'm gonna be out on the road. I'm not gonna make it back to Texas before Tuesday. I had a problem this weekend with a load that slowed me up. So I would have got back to Texas probably on Monday, tomorrow. But unfortunately, it looks like I might not make it back until Wednesday. So I'll get caught up in that deal. But only thing I could try to do is try to drive at nighttime and. Hopefully they don't be inspected. Hopefully they don't inspect too many trucks at night. It's hard to inspect the truck at 2-3 o'clock in the morning on the shoulder of the road. So, but we'll see what happens. But Steve, before I get to that, I got in the Halter virus. I got some very disturbing news about that. I don't like the direction that they're going with this virus. I want to talk about the fuel prices, Steve, and the disappointment that me and a lot of Americans are having right now. As I was driving yesterday, Steve, I came out of St. Louis, Missouri, and I came across the Mississippi River and saw the arch that sits there.
Mm-hmm.
So as I kept driving, Steve, I made my way onto Interstate 70. I'm in Chicago right now, but I had to go to Indianapolis. As I made my way from St. Louis to Indianapolis, Steve, I saw something that I never thought I would see in the United States of America. I've been driving, as I told you several times, I've been driving over 25 years since before 2000. And when I started driving trucks, Steve, I don't know what the exact price of fuel was when I started driving a truck, but I promise you, it wasn't the price that I seen on that billboard when I was driving in close to the Indiana state line last night. I almost ran the truck off the road, Steve, and I got a photograph of it. I can send it to you, of a price that I never thought I would see in the United States of America. I saw $7, Steve. That's right, 700 on a billboard at a Love's truck stop in the state of Indiana. I could not believe what I saw when I seen that $7 sign, because down in Texas we still at the $4, close to $4.50, $4.60, almost $5, which is ridiculous in its own right. But for $7 a gallon, Steve, that's bad. That's bad, and it's bad for Donald Trump. And I don't care who gets mad about it. It's bad for the United States of America. It's bad for truck drivers. It's bad for the American public, because everybody is paying the cost. When you go to the grocery store, everything is sky high. It makes no sense, Steve. It makes absolutely no sense for a truck driver in America to have to pay $7 for a gallon of gas. And this is coming from a person, Steve, who's in a company truck. I don't have to pay for this fuel, and I'm offended by it. So you can imagine how an owner-operator feels. Do you
Sure.
You understand where I'm coming from, Steve?
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of a clarification, though. In Indiana, they had that refinery that lost power back in late April. They're still having issues. I think it started April 26th. The power was restored. This was like a 440,000 barrel per day refinery. It was Whiting, Indiana, that went down. The prices in Indiana, some of the neighboring areas that relied on that particular refinery, the average was well over $5 per gallon. So I don't know if you saw $7 over the weekend. So I think
I didn't know about this refinery. Maybe I missed that when you talked about that on the show. But anyway, that's the first time I've seen $7, Steve. On this part, I hear the rumors about California. I don't go to California. I know it's more in California, but I haven't seen it for myself. This is the first time I've ever seen in my trucking career a $7 fuel price.
Yeah.
Now that's what I'm saying. It shocked me to see those prices last night as I was driving. So, like I say, this is gonna hurt a lot of trucking companies, Steve. A lot of owner operators, and I've been noticing that over the past few months. You don't see too many owner operators on the road, Steve. I know you had some owner operators that used to call your show, and a lot of them got off the road. Marky Gouger and a couple other people. So maybe if you got some owner operators, they can call in. I know Grump is one. Maybe he can call in and talk about these fuel prices. Mm-hmm. But this is bad, Steve. I never. And here's what's really. And I never thought I would say this, Steve. I never thought I would say this, but in my life. But you know something, Steve? We could possibly see $10 a gallon in the United States of America in the very near future, because as you know, this war. We got some more bad news again today about the situation in Iran, which Donald Trump they gave Donald Trump another turn down the offer, and even tried to insult the United States of America, Steve, with what they said today. And as far as I'm concerned, Steve, Donald Trump needs to go ahead and finish off the deal with Iran, because obviously these people don't get the message, and they're not. and they're not trying to make a deal. They only try to delay and waste time. Okay, do you know what they had the nerve to say today, Steve, Iran? They had the nerve in one of their requirements to sign the document was that the United States has to pay to rebuild Iran for the damages that have occurred through this war. Can you believe they had the nerve to say that?
It doesn't surprise me, but you know that ain't going to happen.
Hell no, it's not going to happen. That's exactly what Donald Trump said. They had the nerve to say that they want the United States to pay for the damages due to the United States. Plus, they had the nerve to say, Steve, that they want to continue making money off the Strait of Hormuz. They want to be allowed to have this $1 million a ship to go through that. So these people are obviously idiots, Steve. They don't get the message, and I'm tired of dealing with them. I've been patient, more than patient. A lot of other people have been more than patient with these individuals. It's time to finish the job off and end this whole deal because, like I told you before, it's affecting America. It's affecting our fuel prices. The nice guy stuff is over with, Steve, because, like I told you, it's no excuse for people to be paying $7 a gallon for diesel fuel in America. This is totally ridiculous. If you talk to an old-time truck driver, Steve, I guarantee you, if you told your dad would probably be in shock if he heard that amount that we're paying for diesel fuel. If you talk to a guy, I've been around trucking since the 80s. My dad, he wasn't a truck driver, but he worked in a truck stop. So I've been around trucking for a long time, even when I was a little young boy. And a lot of old timers, them guys that used to drive them cab over trucks back in the 70s and 80s, I guarantee you they would be in total shock if you told them right now that the American truckers were paying $7 a gallon. It's a damn shame, and it's embarrassing at this point. Now, let me move on to another subject, Steve, that's even more disturbing. And we got some more details because you took off the last 2 weeks. I mean, the last 2 days, so we didn't get to talk about it. Some even more disturbing. You know, remember last week, Steve, we talked about last time we talked, we said that lady had got on the airplane, the man's wife, and she had, as she got off the plane and made her way through the airport, she fell out and expired in the airport, died in the airport. Okay, I thought that was more devastating news that she had affected a whole plane load of people. But guess what? Guess what we found out after that, Steve? Even more deadly news is that they had unloaded Americans off of that ship even before we were told they were unloaded. There was already Americans. There was already people from that ship in the United States of America. Can you believe that? There was already, and guess what? One of those people happened to be in the great state of Texas where I live at. So you know I'm pissed off about it. That's what I'm really, that's what pisses me off, Steve. Nobody should have been allowed to get off of that ship until they found out why the hell that man expired and his wife expired. Nobody should have been allowed to unload. Those people got on airplanes and made their way back to the United States with a virus. And for those people out there who say they're not worried about it, just like I told you last week, you better be worried about it because 40% death rate don't sound good to me. It might sound good to you, but it damn sure don't sound good to me. So and here's something that really offends me of what this World Health place had to say, Steve. They had the nerve to say there's no need for people to panic and to be concerned. Well, let me ask you something.
All right, hold the thought there, Eagle. So we lost connection. Yeah, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll come back, finish up on that.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
I got to pick it up right where we left off there. Yeah, we'll get back and finish up with Eagle. But I guess they did here just Sunday evening, a few hours ago, announced that there is one American passenger that has tested positive for the hantavirus. A second showing mild symptoms. These two, they say, will be actually flown inside a biocontainment unit, a repatriation flight that's going to bring all 17 U.S. passengers from the cruise liner. They're all going to be taken to the National Quarantine Unit at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Now, this was the Department of Health and Human Services. Again, Sunday evening, they clarified one passenger has tested mildly PCR positive for the Andes virus. That's the one that can transmit from human to human. The other passenger currently exhibiting mild symptoms that we don't know if they've tested them yet, but as of now, it says the airlift will transport passengers to the ASPR Regional Emerging Special Pathogen Treatment Center at the University of Nebraska in Omaha, before taking the passengers with mild symptoms to a second RESPTC at its final destination. Upon arrival at each facility, each passenger will undergo a clinical assessment and receive the appropriate care and support based on their condition. But the World Health Organization is recommending, they're saying, a 42-day isolation period for the passengers, anybody that's been on that vessel. Yeah, a staggering 38% of those who get symptoms from this particular strain die from it. All right, just before we welcome back, Eagle. We lost signal there, but so I had not seen that some of the passengers had got off the ship, maybe several weeks ago before the whole virus hit the headlines, or?
Yeah, that's news that happened after you went on your vacation. That happened on the news was like, they came like Thursday night into Friday that, that people had been evacuated off the ship. After I guess people got scared after they found out the woman had died in the airport. I don't know. Yeah. But they let those people leave, and then they already back, and they've already you were busy as we, but they've already contaminated several states. I don't know all of them, but I know I got family that live in Georgia. I was notified that they found one of the individuals from the ship was in Georgia. I think California, Arizona, Texas, and a couple of other states where they found out these people from the ship had already left before unloading. I think they unloaded the final people today over in Spain. I think they unloaded the last of the people off in Spain. But the virus is already on land now, so we'll find out in the next couple of weeks, Steve. Because here's what really pisses me off. Like I was telling you before the break, this guy who speaks for the World Health Organization, and you may have a different opinion, but I don't like what this guy said. For him to say that this is not an emergency and that this is not a dangerous situation when you got 4 people out there, might be 6 people dead now. When you got 4, here's the deal, Steve. It's something to be worried about if you got people that's sick. I can understand him making that statement, but when you got dead people, that's an emergency. When you got 6 people dead that was associated with that ship that was sitting out in the middle of the ocean, that's not something that you just overlook. Those people that man didn't die out of nowhere. He died because he had the virus. He didn't just decide to up and die.
Right.
He died because he had this damn virus. So yes, it is be something to be concerned about, and we'll find out. And see, here's what I don't like about it, Steve, is that they say that they release these people because they're not showing symptoms, but they fail to realize that it takes 2 to 4 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, before you start seeing these symptoms. So how can you say that man might have the virus inside of his body? You're releasing this guy, so what you gonna say 2 weeks from now when that guy turns up positive? And now we got a problem all of a sudden. So none of those people should have been released from that ship, Steve. Okay. I'm not saying they should have been kept on the ship, but
I'm doing a quick search, and apparently the people that got off the ship, I guess that was before they did not know yet that it was the hantavirus, and especially they did not know it was the. Yeah, hold the thought. We've got a update on that from over the weekend. As we are kind of playing catch up here. First news. A service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iranian state media says Tehran has responded to a U.S. peace proposal aimed at ending the war, while Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian insists negotiations would not mean surrender. Former Joint Chiefs of Staff Intelligence Executive Mark Chandler.
They have to show strength, and the president has to show strength. But what I hear in that statement is they're not going to bow their heads. However, if they do negotiate, it is not a sign of weakness. So there might be a slight opening in their response to the United States.
State media says Iran is seeking an end to fighting across the region, including Lebanon, while also pushing for security of international shipping routes. Police say a person who jumped a perimeter fence at Denver International Airport was struck and killed by a Frontier Airlines Airbus A321 during takeoff, forcing an emergency stop that injured 12 people, including 5 that were taken to hospitals.
Scholar, Frontier 4345. We're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Federal investigators are working to determine exactly how the incident unfolded. CDC Director Jay Bhattacharya says the hantavirus will not lead to a pandemic like the coronavirus.
This is not COVID. This is not going to lead to the kind of outbreak.
The director tells CNN State of the Union there's absolutely no need to panic over the hantavirus, since the evidence doesn't warrant it. Bhattacharya says the hantavirus is not spread by people without symptoms.
And we don't want to treat it like COVID. We don't want to cause a public panic over this. We want to treat it with the hantavirus protocols that we're successful in containing outbreaks in the past.
His comments came as passengers were being evacuated from a cruise ship in the Canary Islands, where 3 infected passengers died of the disease. I'm Scott Carr.
West Texas Intermediate crude. The domestic benchmark is at $98.58 a barrel. Brent crude, which is the foreign market benchmark, is at $104.54 a barrel, both sharply higher. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A controversy over California's voter-guided anti-Semitism.
California's Secretary of State says she had no choice but to let a fringe candidate for California governor spew anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in the voter information guide mailed out this week. Don Grunman, running as an independent, wrote in a statement that Jewish people were to blame for bringing down the Twin Towers on 9/11 and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Secretary of State Shirley Weber put out a statement Friday saying she condemns anti-Semitism, but Grunman's claims are protected by the First Amendment. I'm Jason Nathanson.
Multiple bodies have been found inside of a Union Pacific cargo train in Laredo, Texas, with authorities still working to confirm the number of dead as investigators examine that scene. Union Pacific says it's cooperating with officials in the ongoing investigation in the border city near Mexico. Earlier in the week, there were reports of an ice bust on cruise ships in San Diego, but it turns out that wasn't the case.
Federal officials say there was a bust at the San Diego cruise ship terminal, but it wasn't ice. It was for a child porn operation. Authorities detained and deported over 24 suspected cruise ship workers from 8 different ships. This happened between April 23rd and the 27th as part of an ongoing operation. Officials say all but one of the people detained was involved in either the receipt, possession, transportation, distribution, or viewing of child sexual exploitation material or child pornography. I'm Bree Tennis.
Taking a quick look at the birthday list. Kenan Thompson turns 47, U2 singer Bono 65, TikTok star Brittany Broski turns 28. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go. Pick it up where we left off. Rolling into a Monday. How about the greatest day of the week? Turn to page 11th day of May as we close out Mother's Day weekend. And we'll jump right into picking up. I guess that was some of the news that had developed. Yeah, while we were enjoying God's country, I guess you'd call it, out in the heart of Pennsylvania there. International team of disease detectives racing to connect with more than 24 passengers who had disembarked that ship before the hantavirus was identified. They had flown across the world, including the United States. Yeah. Those infected seem to transmit the virus, they say, for only a brief period of time, but health officials want to make sure it's contained. So what they're doing is what they call contact tracing, which dates way back to the 1930s. You locate the close contacts of anyone who may have been infected, identify people who might be at risk. You try to get ahead when people don't have symptoms yet, with the goal of preventing the infection from continuing to propagate. The idea that there is a time period where people don't have symptoms but could be harboring the virus. That's what contact tracing is trying to identify. You pinpoint someone with an infection or suspected infection. They then look to see with whom they've had any close contact with. Those individuals would be more likely to have been infected. The hunt for those with the greatest probability is very important. The next steps involving public health agencies ordering precautions for those who are infected or may be infected but are not showing symptoms. Quarantine, so that an individual doesn't come into contact with more people. I mean, we know how this all works, going back to the whole COVID. But my understanding, all the experts are saying that this particular human-to-human transmission it's not like how easily the COVID was transmitted, but yes, you could have it and not show symptoms up to 45 days, though. So that's a lengthy period of time. It is a painstaking operation. On the ship, you might have an individual source of an infection. They were maybe sitting at the dinner table with another individual who then goes back to their cabin, sleeps with their partner, has a conversation with someone else on the deck. And all these people had been confined on that relatively small ship for damn near a month. So I can see why there's so much concern there. The first plane carrying passengers left the Canary Islands this past day. Before this past evening, the report was none of the 140 had shown symptoms of the virus. But again, we now know one U.S. passenger has tested positive, and another U.S. passenger is showing mild symptoms. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if a number of them test positive after all this time. It's not going to hit the panic button by any means, but they are in the process of contact tracing, which, how do you go back all those, because several weeks ago, how many different flights, people sitting on a plane, obviously the people sitting next to them or the row in front behind, and who knows all. But moving over to the gas prices, I filled up this past day, not too far outside of Harrisburg, to take the rental car back. $4.59 a gallon it was at that point in time. That's, I think, the national average, running right in that area. The administration trying to do what they can. The Energy Secretary yesterday said the president is looking at maybe suspending the federal gas tax. Anything we can do to lower the price at the pump, the president is in support of. The national average, $4.52 per gallon as of yesterday. Typically we're paying, 18 cents per gallon in federal gas tax and roughly 24 cents per gallon in diesel taxes. So suspending the federal gas tax would lower the national average to about $4.34 per gallon. Even with that, prices well above the $2.98 per gallon we saw before they launched this action against Iran. Everybody questions how much relief a temporary tax pause would actually give us. A prolonged gas tax holiday would then affect the Federal Highway Trust Fund, which relies on the fuel taxes to finance road construction and infrastructure repairs all over the country. Now, the president described higher gas prices as short-term. With each passing day, people are beginning to feel like, this is a little longer than I anticipated. Energy Secretary actually warned last month elevated prices would probably continue for several months, even after the tensions involving Iran ease. This past day, he declined to predict future oil or gas prices. Energy cost could decline once shipping resumes through the Strait of Hormuz. Can't make any predictions about oil prices or gas prices. When we start to get the flow moving through the strait, the prices then begin to come down. Glenn Beck actually had a sit down with an oil and gas expert the other day. A guy by the name of Tim Stewart. Kind of breaking down why prices are rising and when we could see relief at the pump. It's not sustainable, he says. While Americans are paying a premium for gas, the Iranians, they're filling up for 12 cents a gallon with the Hormuz blockade, deliberately trying to use up their oil inside their country. They're going so far as to actually burning it off at some of the wellheads and hauling it over land in pickup trucks using buckets. Now, Glenn asked Stewart how long before Iran's going to have to shut down their oil operations. To which he said, from what we gather, it's almost there right now. Oil is stored in tanks, pipelines, trucks, and ships. It's a consistently moving process, but the current blockage means the floating storage is shut down. That puts intense pressure on the other storage units. Eventually, the valve on the wells has to be turned down in order to compensate. That's what they actually did, he says, but this didn't solve their problem. Their main oil fields, their legacy fields. The infrastructure is outdated. Those fields have water issues, they have pressure issues, migration issues. Given that these old fields are already running at their limit before the blockade forced production to slow, they're going to have an immensely difficult time ramping them back up to operating capacity once this whole thing ends. The current shutdown is going to have a long-term impact on their ability to ramp up, say, back to another 3 million barrels per day. Iran aside, Glenn said he wants to know how America can address our own oil woes, regardless of what's happening there. Stewart explained, while we are the world's biggest oil producer, but the oil we produce, the light sweet crude, can't be utilized. Our refineries were built to process the heavy sour crude that comes from other countries. That for decades, it's pretty much been an oil swapping game. That is beginning to change. Companies are beginning to invest in refineries that can process that light, sweet crude. Wall Street has finally accepted fossil fuels are going to be the future. OPEC is starting to crack with their recent departure from the United Arab Emirates. But even with the tides turning, we're still contending with a massive 450 million barrel global shortage. So there's a long tail as to how and when that's going to be made up. Now, has anyone ever said, hey, is there a way to give the American people a break here and maybe turn our profits down just a little bit? That's difficult. Again, the industry is, the majority of members of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association are small independent producers, he says. We're kind of like farmers. It's like when you send the cows to auction, you don't set the auction price. The auction does. That's the same dynamic in the oil industry. We prefer stable prices more than anything, and those prices need to be in, say, $67 to $85 per barrel, in that range. That allows us to do long-term planning. That stability benefits the customer. Yeah, the Goldilocks zone is right in between, say, 70 and 90 per barrel range. That would translate to, say, $2.95 to $3.15 a gallon when it comes to gas, and that's where people seem to be more able to function well. Now, giving consumers immediate relief, that's up to the states. Have the states themselves looked at what they're charging and try to adjust those fees, adjust those taxes, or waive them, do a holiday, something like that? That brings a bit of immediate relief. Now, the problem is that can only last as long as we don't get a $20 spike in crude the next day because of a tweet or some sort of a drone strike. If things are solved, let's say in the next 4 weeks, and it goes back, the straits open, how fast does the gas price come down? Stewart says, I think you see it maybe this summer. It's not immediately. Once the strait opens, America's European and Asian allies can start getting their supply elsewhere instead of from us right now, which would result in lower gas prices. But what's that going to be? Stewart said that the range of $2.85 to $3.15 would be plausible. That's where everybody seems to be happy. You want to grow an economy that needs energy to be able to fuel that economy. You don't want demand collapse where gas is cheap but nobody's working. So again, it's the Goldilocks zone we're trying to get into, the 70 to 90 per barrel. Just heard him on the news break there that West Texas is right now at like 98. The Brent at just over 104 per barrel. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When you look at the big picture, they see on a global scale, the world has been deprived of about 1 billion barrels of oil over the past 2 months. And even if the energy flows resume, it's going to take time for the system to return to normal. According to the chief executive of Saudi oil giant this past day. Our objective is pretty simple. Keep energy flowing, even when the system's under strain. Yeah, reopening routes is not the same as normalizing a market that's been deprived of about 1 billion barrels of oil. Yeah, years of underinvestment have compounded the strain on already low global inventories. Aramco has used their east-west pipeline trying to bypass Hormuz, transporting crude to the Red Sea, which has been a critical lifeline when it comes to global supplies. But he went on to say that Asia remains a key priority for the company and central to global demand. 1 billion barrels of oil. It's a lot of oil, folks. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. It's been a few days since we've chatted with Philip in Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Before I start, Steve, I want to send my condolences and prayers and thoughts to Country Bumpkins folks, and I know they're going through a tough time right now, and we listen to each other here on this radio show that I call it a radio show, but all these fancy guys call it a podcast. But we still have to respect each other, even though we might have different opinions at times.
Yeah.
But we still got to respect each other, and I want to send that out to his family and stuff. And I heard about it last night. I want to thank Gilligan, because Gilligan made me aware of it. I didn't realize he was in that bad a shape, and we all need to respect each other, and I hope his family pulls through it okay. So, but going on from that, Steve, you cannot just turn an oil well off Once you get it pressurized and you get it going, it's got to keep flowing. And that pipeline you just talked about going across Saudi Arabia, they've been running the heck out of it since all this mess has happened. And, it's one of those things that, people just don't understand the big deal about infrastructure. And getting on to your little story there about the ship in Eagle situation, that is not the only ship that's coming to somewhere to take people back that have viruses, Steve. Did you hear about the Princess Cruise Line that's coming over here to Cape Canaveral that's got the norovirus deal on it?
I did see a headline, but yeah, that's pretty common on the cruise ships, right? It happens a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm just using it as an example. If you're worried about it, I know Eagle is worried about it. I can hear it in his voice. I can hear it in his, demeanor and what he's saying about what's going on. But the thing is, these viruses are out of our hands, just like COVID. Now, you're talking about those folks coming back. I watched CBS News last night, and they showed them all getting in a 747 cargo plane. They were going to put them in isolation pods and fly them all back to Omaha, Nebraska. And those people that they contract chase, they're probably going to go to Omaha as well. And they're going to contain them to try to keep them from being a super spreader, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a big deal. Every country that has somebody on that ship has an airplane down there transporting them back to that country. That's a lot of money and a lot of time that a lot of these folks get into. You think about how much it costs to get a 747 cargo plane that's equipped with special pods for these folks to come back just to America. That's a lot of money, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of time, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of safety, put into the situation with PPE and everything else. And they're going to do the best they can do, even in Omaha. You think how big the city of Omaha is itself, Steve. You know what I mean? They're not going to let this stuff get out. They're trying to contain it the best way they can. Now, is it as big as COVID? No, it isn't as big as COVID. But it could turn into it, and they're trying. They're trying. Let's look at the positive end of the deal. They're trying to do it. Now, moving on from that. Steve, I know you got back. I'm not sure when you got back from Pennsylvania and whatnot, but did you see 60 Minutes last night, or did you hear about the interview they had with Netanyahu?
I did not. I got back. That's a good place to pause. Hold the thought there. No, it was right about 12 hours ago. I got back to the home 20. So I'm dragging a little bit there, Philip. Yeah, flew in from Chicago and made it back to the home 20. Of course, sat down, had to do some show prep. I had to load in new spot blocks because I had to remove the commercials about all eyes are on Mannheim because Mother's Day's behind us now. But we'll pick up on that following our news break, which it is that time once again. A service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance as the war with Iran continues.
That's up to President Trump as commander-in-chief to determine what constitutes a violation, when to go back to military action, or when to continue to give diplomacy a chance.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, the ambassador said that Washington is still pursuing talks after Iran sent a response to a U.S. peace proposal following Trump's expectation of an answer on his framework for ending the war. The State Department says it's revoking the passports of parents with unpaid child support.
Thousands of parents who owe $100,000 or more in past due child support are going to have their passports revoked. A news release by the State Department says under federal law, anyone who owes more than $2,500 in child support can have their passport either revoked or denied. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it as we roll into the greatest day of the week. Monday, back in the saddle again. Around the country, 844-844-3388. And we left off with Philip there. All right. Thanks for the pause, and we were moving forward here.
Yes, so we're going, Netanyahu did a interview with CBS, and it's on 60 Minutes last night.
Okay.
I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw some excerpts from it. And I didn't, this kind of puts you in perspective about how much money that we give to other countries. Okay, so Netanyahu says that he wants to get rid of the U.S. supplying them monetarily for with military and all that kind of stuff. We put over $3 billion into Israel a year, Steve.
Wow.
Now, our debt is $1 trillion, or how many $1 trillion? Like 38 trillion or something like that?
Trillion, correct, yeah.
Now, if you think about $3 billion and you do that amongst all these countries all over the world, that's a lot of cash. And then we're not contributing to all of them, obviously, but it's just to put everybody in kind of perspective that we contribute a lot to other countries that, our hard-earned tax monies that we're making out here, that we're could be utilized for other things, and it's just to put you in perspective about it. Now, Steve, did you hear the piece on your news there about the person that was hit by the airplane in Denver?
I've been kind of following that. I've even seen some of the video, the aftermath. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, it is. It is a wow moment. Okay, but it's not the only moment. A few weeks ago here, and I know you've heard about it on the news probably, in Daytona Beach, we had an individual drive a car through a gate and got onto an airport access road and drove right into where all the hangars were and all that stuff, and thank God was stopped. But, I don't know the background behind this story in Denver. I don't know if it's somebody that wanted to take their own life or what it is. I mean, that's still under investigation. But we're having a lot of these intrusions at these airports. That's a big deal, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
The airplanes have been in the news a lot in the last 2 years, with the deal in Kentucky. I mean, we've had the Biffle deal. We've had this. We've had that. There's a lot of stuff coming in with the airplanes, and when you have an airport intrusion like that, that's just as bad as, I hate to say it, that fire truck incident that happened just a few weeks ago.
Right.
We need to get a clamp down on it. I think the FAA needs to sit down and say, hey, dude, what are we doing with our security? And it's something that's got to be looked at, especially at our major airports. I mean, you think about that person, it's bad enough that person passed away. That is the ultimate worst situation of the whole deal. But to think about all the other stuff that compounded off of that, it's astronomical. And we need to sit down and think about that. Think about what it did to
that plane was in takeoff mode. They were gaining speed, rolling down the runway. There's actually, I don't know, did you see the video from the passenger inside that was filming their takeoff, where you actually see the impact, I guess, the explosion in the engine catching fire? I don't know how much further down the runway if that would have occurred, if they wouldn't have been able to stop that plane.
Well, there is a point that you have to get airborne when you're at full speed, and you are at full speed. When you hit the engines and it takes off, you're at full speed, and when you start rotating. Rotation is when the airplane starts lifting, okay? And there is a point where you cannot. We've seen this with Kentucky.
The UPS.
They had to get in the air.
Yep.
And when you start the rotation process, that's it. I mean, you're going off the ground. But here's the thing. Those pilots had a pretty good wit. Now, I'm going to tell you what. It's pretty good. That just goes to show you that those guys are looking out those dadgum windows instead of looking at that dadgum computer all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some pilots that, depending on weather and whatnot, they are strictly looking at their scope. They're not looking at what's going on in front of them. And for that to pick it up that quick, I don't know if the computer picked up on it that quick or if they picked up on it that quick, but to get that plane slowed down enough to where they had that failure and keep it on the ground instead of going off the ground.
Yep.
Those kudos to those pilots, man, because I'm telling you what, Steve, you talk about the ultimate pucker factor. That is the ultimate do your business in your pants situation right there. Because you know that it's going to turn out bad, whatever happens. You know? And kudos to those pilots. I mean, they need to give them a few days off to calm down after that one. I'll tell you what. And, you know, it's one of those things, we got to look at what's going on around us. And there's a lot of things, Steve, that's out of our control. You know, I mean, we see this stuff about the war day in, day out. Do I think lowering taxes on the fuel is going to make it better? Absolutely not. To the average person out here that only buys like 10 or 12 gallons of fuel a week, it's a big deal to spend an extra couple bucks. But where it's really going to play havoc is when they go to the grocery store and they have to pay more for stuff. I mean, just the prices of what stuff has gone up because of the diesel situation is there. You can see it. You can see it. I mean, I work at a store every week. I see it every week. Mother's Day this year probably cost people a lot more money than what it did last year. And it wasn't because of inflation as far as just, you know, general money going up. It's had a lot of things in it, you know, with this situation that we got going on. And Steve, what's going on with all these protests and whatnot about the redistricting with all these different states? Have you seen that?
Absolutely. That all comes back to the ruling from the Supreme Court.
Absolutely. I mean, there's people protesting at these state houses and stuff, and I just seen it. That's another thing I see on the news. You know, and I'm just an average guy looking at the news. You know, just how many times you get up? You know, back in the day, Steve, Sunday night, let's watch the news before we go to bed.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just that guy. You know, and that's things that are out of my control. If the state of Florida redistricts and it goes all Republican, I can't change that, right? Just like this virus thing, I can't change that. There's a lot of things that are out of my control, and I can't control it. And I can't raise my anxiety levels about it because, you know, I got to keep functioning. So we just got to sit back. We can have a conversation about it. That's good. And just chill out. So you guys have a good day, and thanks for having me. And Country Bumpkins family, you're in my prayers. Y'all have a good one. Thanks, sir.
All right, Philip, thanks for checking in here as we get the new week underway. All right, autonomous vehicles. Let's get a quick update there. Late last week, landline sharing where we can have our voices heard, share your comments. The majority of Americans say they have concerns about heavy-duty trucks operating with no one in the driver's seat. But driverless vehicles and trucks continue to grow in prevalence all over the country. Aurora Innovations seeks an exemption from the FMCSA to help them significantly expand their fleet of driverless trucks over the next 5 years. Those who oppose the exemption, you're down to just days left to voice your concerns to the FMCSA. Aurora wants the 5-year exemption from the regulation requiring truck drivers to place warning devices around the truck when it's stopped on the highway shorter. They're specifically asking to use a set of cab-mounted warning beacons rather than having a person deploy any triangles. If granted, that would apply to Aurora and other motor carriers operating Level 4 automated commercial vehicles. Aurora told the FMCSA they want to nearly double their fleet from 109 to 200 by the end of this year, projecting they could expand to thousands of driverless trucks over the next 5 years. The Pittsburgh-based self-driving technology company also recently announced a 200-mile route between Dallas and Oklahoma City. Now, the comment period ends later this week, May the 15th. OIDA, representing the small business truckers, has been trying to rally drivers to oppose that exemption. Self-driving trucking fleets seeking an exemption from warning device regulations to remove human operators from trucks. Tell the FMCSA no. Hundreds of drivers have answered that call. Michael Eaton wrote, the core safety function of warning triangles is not simply visibility, but advanced warning distance. Properly placed triangles extend hundreds of feet behind a stopped truck, giving approaching drivers critical time to perceive, react, and maneuver. At highway speeds, even a difference of a few seconds reaction time can determine whether a crash is avoided or becomes a severe rear-end collision. Chris Hughes tells the agency driverless trucks are a bad idea overall. These self-driving trucks, a waste of time and money, he says. They'll cost more than a human driver. Who's going to be held accountable in an incident? The carrier, the truck manufacturer, the software company. They'll be more susceptible to theft as well, because without a human driver to empathize with, people don't have to worry about another person's safety or their willingness to protect the cargo. If you'd like to have your comments heard, give your 2 cents there. No time to waste to comment. Go to the regulations.gov website. You need the docket number, which in this case is FMCSA-2026-0958. Again, deadline is the 15th, this Friday. Now, right in line with that, Aurora has been in the news several times in recent weeks, making big deals with big names to really begin ramping up this autonomous trucking. Now, Aurora partnering with a major restaurant distributor to begin driverless trucking operations in Texas. Last week, Aurora announced an agreement with McLean Company, one of America's largest private fleets, to transition to driverless commercial operations on a route between Dallas and Houston, planning to expand new routes between McLean distribution centers across the Sun Belt by the end of this year. Aurora says McLean will use a hybrid model in which autonomous driving technology takes over for the long-haul middle mile, and human drivers are responsible for the final mile deliveries. Autonomous trucks moving refrigerated hauls 24/7 would offer scalable, reliable capacity that can flex with demand by supporting more consistent transit schedules and dependable middle-mile coverage. The Aurora driver helps keep the freight moving smoothly, they say. Now, they've been partnering in a supervised autonomy pilot since 2023. During that time, they've traveled over 280,000 autonomous miles in Texas. They've delivered 1,400 loads from McLean. Aurora said the pilot, this program resulted in 100% on-time delivery rate from McLean. McLean is deeply woven into the American distribution industry. According to President of Aurora, we're excited to enter the next chapter and transform the American food supply chain with autonomous trucks. We've been through thoroughly impressed with Aurora's technology, exceptional safety performance, and commitment to operational excellence, according to the president of McLean. Now, McLean is a Berkshire Hathaway Incorporated subsidiary. This right on the heels of just here a few weeks ago, where Aurora announced a separate agreement with the refrigerated carrier Hirschbach Motors. 500 Aurora driver-powered trucks delivery beginning next year, again with Hirschbach, big name. So in the pilot program, you've got actually someone on board, I guess technically, supposedly able to take over in the event of an emergency. Just here a couple of weeks ago, the first autonomous truck, completely, fully automated haul, 230-mile run, Houston to Dallas, by the autonomous vehicle company known as Bot Auto. Different company from Aurora. According to Fox News, the autonomous truck started at Riggy's truck parking in northeast Houston and delivered to Hutchins, Texas, just south of Dallas. Departure was late at night as the shipper requested overnight service for the route. The truck ran 230 miles northbound on 45, which is one of the busiest freight corridors in the country, navigating stoplights, side streets, frontage roads. There was no safety driver. There was no observer. There was no remote operator. Booked through the customer Ryan Transportation. True to our operating model, which is compatible with how freight actually moves in America today, according to Bot Auto. Now, I said the load was run just like any other load with a trucker at the wheel. Only this truck had no driver, no special test system, no remote operator watching over it. The fact that makes it stand out from other automated truck companies that have a human monitoring the truck, maybe from an office somewhere. Real freight, real customer, real timeline, delivered safe and on time. They did not disclose the shipper or the commodity, but this was not a load we manufactured just to check off a box. It moved through Ryan Transportation, a top 20 freight brokerage, booked, priced, executed the same way any truckload moves in America. We made money on it. This is a commercial business, not a research project, he says. For Bot Auto, fully humanless means no safety driver, no backseat monitor, no low-latency remote human to fall back on. More specifically, our safety design does not require any human to notice, decide, or react within 1 minute to keep the truck safe. We may have operational visibility, just like maybe an airport tower can monitor the plane, but it doesn't fly the plane. That's our standard. Humans can support the mission, but the truck has to own the driving safety case. The truck would not wait for a human to save it. If it reached a condition outside its approved operating boundary, it would enter a mitigated risk condition, which means slow down, create space, bring itself to a controlled, safe state. The principle is simple. When the truck encounters extreme or unexpected situations, it does not gamble. It acts conservatively. Sometimes that means stopping. Sometimes it means continuing briefly to reach a safer place to stop. Human support can help after the vehicle is already safe. But the vehicle has its own first minute. So crisis situation, this is total autonomous artificial intelligence running this, making the decisions.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, news break just around the corner here. Hey, it was good to see buckwheat as well as cream of wheat in Austin. Mario Kart there Saturday. Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. I see Buckwheat's going to check in. Yeah, we'll get a full report. Now, I'm curious how things actually went out there on the route. Yeah, we were there, filming, documenting all the trucks heading out. Everything ran smoothly till they got I guess right about half the trucks were on the way, and everything came to a complete standstill. And everybody's kind of wondering, I hope something didn't happen. I hope there wasn't an accident. And the rumor on the street was supposedly somebody said a lowboy got caught on a railroad track. I don't know if that was actually the case or not. Or if it was just, so many vehicles. It's a logistical nightmare, undoubtedly, to pull that off. But I don't know, maybe Buckwheat has more details because he was actually out there on the route. First, a news update, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 7...
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is rejecting Iran's response to a U.S. proposal aimed at ending the war, calling the message from what he described as Iran's so-called representatives totally unacceptable after Iran state media reported the response had been delivered through mediators in Pakistan. U.S. officials are working to evacuate 17 Americans from a cruise ship struck by the deadly hantavirus outbreak that has killed 3 people, with a specialized medical aircraft expected to transport passengers from Spain's Canary Islands to a monitoring facility in Nebraska.
When I left, the doctor got down on his knees and was like, "You are a miracle. Like, you shouldn't be alive right now, but you are, and that's a miracle, and I can't believe I was here to witness it."
The ship will continue towards West Africa. Former FBI Director James Comey's trial over his 8647 social media post is set to begin in July.
Comey's facing federal charges, including threatening the president. In a written order Friday, a judge tentatively scheduled a trial start date for July 15th. Federal prosecutors have argued the image showing seashells arranged on a beach to read 8647 was a threat to President Trump. Comey will be arraigned on June 30th. I'm Jim Roop.
The truth is out there.
Americans are finally getting a look at the first batch of newly declassified UFO files. Among the highlights is Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin's debriefing report, where he recalled several unusual phenomena he and the crew encountered during the first moon landing mission. President Trump ordered the Pentagon and other agencies to start releasing the files. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said, "Now the American public can fully decide for themselves when it comes to opinions on aliens." The department said it will be releasing new materials on a rolling basis. I'm at Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.93 an ounce, down $23. Silver is at $81, which is up slightly. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
I was just scared, like all of a sudden, like it was this big jolt and everything started moving. And I was like, holy crud.
A lot of shaking in parts of Southern California.
It's being called a seismic swarm of earthquakes happening Saturday and Sunday morning in San Diego County. 350 minor quakes, mostly in a remote area of the Imperial Valley from the Salton Sea to the Mexican border. The largest quake was a 4.7, which hit shortly after midnight Sunday morning. No reports of any damage or calls to emergency services for help. I'm Jason Nathanson.
Nike is facing a new class action lawsuit accusing the company of failing to refund tariff-related costs.
In the proposed lawsuit, consumers claim Nike should not be allowed to keep significant refunds it may receive. This comes after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in February that the president lacked authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose certain tariffs. Nike has said it paid roughly $1 billion in tariffs on imported goods as a result of those actions. Plaintiffs allege the company raised prices on some footwear by $5 to $10 and on apparel by by $2 to $10. I'm Lisa Carton.
Egg consumption is associated with a lower risk of Alzheimer's disease for seniors 65 and older.
That's according to a new study published in the Journal of Nutrition. Researchers at California's Loma Linda University found that eating one egg a day for at least 5 days a week reduces Alzheimer's risk by up to 27%. They say that eggs are known to support brain health. The American Egg Board provided some of the funding for the study. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, I did see over the weekend in the sports world. The baseball manager who led the Atlanta Braves to 14 straight division titles, 5 National League pennants, and 1 World Series championship, Bobby Cox, passing away at the age of 84. Buckeye Boy said his sister told him, what a great manager, what a great person Bobby was. He will be missed. But his memory of what he did for the Braves will live in the hearts and the minds, coaches, players, fans, for a long time. Well, there he is. I guess back to the old grind, just like me, back in the saddle again. Hello, Buckwheat.
Hello, Steve. That Bobby Cox, he may have been a great man, but I didn't like him too much because he sort of won the games against the Philadelphia Phillies there, but yes, for his family, yes, it probably is very sad, but yeah. So, yeah, we had a wonderful time there on Saturday, and glad to meet up with you, glad to see a bunch of the other guys, and, it was nice to sit around I guess there was no sitting, there was all standing, but talk about stories and swapping stories. And, I've always been like a regional driver. I'm generally home every night. Every once in a while I do spend a night out, but I consider it regional work. And, hearing these stories of over-the-road driving and stuff, that's interesting to me, and I guess it's sort of like sitting around the old diner and, swapping stories, telling lies, and
right.
But it was nice to meet you there, and Karima Wheat there, she was, Princess there asked her some questions about the Amish and Mennonites, and anytime, Princess, or you have any questions about them, those type of people, let us know, and we'll answer them. Nothing's out of the realm of not asking, but
yeah.
we take technically are Mennonites, but I like to say we're followers of Jesus Christ, choosing the Mennonite lifestyle. It's a Mennonite is basically a lifestyle, but I talking about that time in Prima Wheat, she did a live Facebook feed for the whole thing, which gave you the view of sitting inside the convoy, watching everybody watching us. During that break there that you were talking about, I don't think it was a lowboy caught in the railroad tracks, because lowboys were not allowed to be in the convoy.
Okay.
But there was a traffic light that we came to, and I suspect they stopped it to let the traffic come to go through.
Okay.
Because when we came through, that traffic on that road was backed up, maybe almost 2 miles, a mile or two at least. And I suspect that's what happened, but I don't know.
That would make more. That would make more sense. Well, yeah, because it ultimately took well over an hour to get the trucks just all out of the lot there.
Yeah, and so I think they probably stopped it some other time too. Maybe the trucks at the tail end were out of the parking lot already by the time they did that. But it's interesting. We went out 283 and came back, and I was hoping to catch Horse Feathers coming back with his truck, because I could see the trucks that were ahead of him, but there was one spot where they had a trees in a hill for about 200 yards, and that's about the spot that Horse Feathers would have been at. So we didn't get to see Horse Feathers coming back, but it was interesting. And actually, during that break time, we were chit-chatting around there, and Prima Wheat, somebody commented about letting Ashton drive. So I got out of the seat, and Ashton, he was ready to hop in the driver's seat there, and I thought, if my boss is watching this, comes across this video and sees me letting somebody that's not qualified to drive the truck, that might make me a little bit hard to keep my job. But
right.
So we stayed in the seat there, but our church has a youth group auction fundraiser Saturday evening, and we were planning to go to that, but we also had all our kids come meet us at that little restaurant that I talked about last week, and about for Eddingers there, and so we all met there, and then our company donated a straight truck to keep the food cold, and then there happened to be one of our other my co-driver was there, and he was able to bring the truck back.
Yeah.
So we were able to stay there with the kids a little bit longer, and so I made Cream of Wheat happy, because she's all about her children, and Mother's Day, and and all this stuff. So she likes to be the cream of the crop, and get all the benefits of being, Mother's Day and that. But but anyhow, this evening, or I guess tonight, one of our grandsons is sleeping over our house for the first time. He's about 1.5 years old, not quite 2. Or maybe he is 2. I don't know. I don't keep track of that stuff. But, yeah, he went to sleep, but he woke up and he wasn't at home, and he wasn't so happy about it. So I tried to put him back to sleep again, but that didn't work. And when I was walking out the door, I heard his little pitter-patter of his feet come after me. He wanted to come with me. And, man, that would have been fun, having somebody with me to go to New York City, but I don't think I could have been able to do my job and take care of him at the same time.
Right.
But, but yeah, so I'm glad you had a good time. And when you were there at Green Dragon, you were around a mile away from my home 20. So, yeah, it would have been nice to know that. But
right around the corner and had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things about Green Dragon there is it's a big place close to home on Friday nights. And we go down there when we can, but we only end up there maybe once, twice a year, maybe 3 times a year, because, I work so late Friday nights. But, that was a hangout, for the young people. And back my dad's time, he would his brothers would take him there. His older brother would take him there, but the stipulation was that they were part of a church where the bumpers on the car had to be black before you had communion. So the deal was that my dad would polish the chrome bumpers, and then he would paint them black so he could take communion, and then because they were polished, the paint wouldn't stick him, it'd just fall off. And his reward was he got to go to Green Dragon with his older brother. You know, but yeah, that's some of the little quirks about the Mennonites there. There's some groups, but
right. How about
you have to have black bumpers with your car. But
it was a fascinating weekend, very educational for us. To kind of officially see some of the lifestyle out there, and I mean, so some, I guess, Mennonites actually do use electricity. Others, the Amish still rely on what? Like, do they use oil lamps for light in the evening? They do use like what, propane or natural gas, for heating and whatnot.
Yeah, well, there's like oil lamps or propane lanterns. They have quite an interesting network. We had the company I worked for deals with Amish. We pick up the eggs at the farm, and one of the farms, you got to turn the lights on at 4 o'clock in the morning so the chickens start eating, so they produce the eggs. But this farmer was ingenious. He did not want to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So he took an Uncle Ben alarm clock with the big key in the back, and he set that alarm for 4 o'clock, and then when the alarm went off, the key would spin, and he tied a string to the key, which when the key spun, the string popped off, which released the valve to open up the gas lines to light the lights in the chicken house, so he wouldn't have to get up in the morning to do it. So, they're very, very ingenious people, and they find out the interesting way, and it's all part of not wanting to be connected to the world, but they're in the world,
not of the world.
They don't want to be connected with it, but yeah, it's intriguing what they go through to do it, and so it's funny to watch the way things happen, but Philip was talking a little bit about those redistricting and that. Bo Snurley was talking about on Saturday. I guess there's a district in Tennessee, which is, with this Supreme Court ruling, you can't make the districts about race or anything like that. Mm-hmm. And so there's a district that is being run by a Democrat that's sort of what they call the black district. And he's a Democrat, but he's white. And the Republican that's probably going to win this district, she's black, but she's a Republican. And they're saying it's racist that she gets to run instead of the white guy. And I think these Democrats are getting their tails all twisted up. They're stumbling over their feet trying to make these rules. And when this year ruling was in about black districts, it was to compensate for the Democrats in the South mistreating the black people. And it was supposed to only be for 5 years, as a trial basis, see how it goes. And they just kept redoing it. And I don't know. I feel I'm for, like, we got the AI, and I'm sure it wouldn't take long for a computer to divide everything up. Don't worry about race. Just do it by the population of the area, and draw the lines, and none of the spaghetti maps all over the place. But anyhow, I'm just a Joe Schmo driving a truck back and forth to New York City. I don't have much power, but yeah. And with this Iran deal, I don't. I mean, I hope to get a peace deal signed, but you're dealing with type of people who think it's their way into heaven is to get martyred. And yeah, I just don't think they're going to get one done unless you totally disintegrate them. You know, it's not all the Iranian people. It's just certain of the leaders.
Right.
And I hope they do it. I hope they do it. And Trump he's giving them enough rope. He's giving them enough rope. But yeah, and so yeah, we'll see what happens, and we'll take it from, whatever happens. We'll handle it. That's the good American way. And about the trucking convoy, whenever there was a group of little kids watching us, I'd always try to blow the horn, because it is all about the kids, and that's what's important in life. Is the next generation, and to raise them up that they can be prosperous and not be a burden to society. And I think that's what our goal should be, and that's where we should keep our focus on, and not so much all this other rigmarole that draws our attention away. But so anyhow, well, that's all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
As always, good to hear from you, Buckwheat. It was good to see you once again. Good to meet Dawn in the better flying. I can't remember her name. Flying too low. Got to meet the blind man. There were several other couples we met there, folks we met that we never call the show, but listen all the time. You hear it time and time again, but met a lot of new folks. Speaking of the blind man, I'll be checking in here in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, 23 past the hour. Rolling into a Monday. And I suspect it may have been a little more of an exercise, a little more walking than you initially anticipated, but you made it there. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve. It was really great to see you. Buckwheat, Cream of Wheat, Drummer Girl, a whole bunch of other people. Now you know I exist since you saw me in person.
Yes, sir.
And I also got a chance to talk to Horse Feathers for a while. I really had a great time, and I want to thank Gilligan and his wife Lucy for picking me up and take me so I could be part of seeing you guys. I really and truly enjoyed myself.
So how much of a drive did that turn out to be? How long did it take y'all to get there?
I'm guessing about maybe 2 or 3 hours, maybe a little bit longer.
That far, really?
We
Wow.
had to go up through Maryland. I think we were on 83. I'm not sure, but it took us about maybe a couple of hours from my house just to get to the Pennsylvania line.
Wow. That's
at least a couple of hours. Maybe Gilligan can call in and give you the exact mileage and all that.
Yeah, right.
But I really, truly enjoyed myself. And as I was telling Buckwheat, Brain Dead made me an honorary trucker, and he says, but you can't drive my rig.
I wonder why.
Yeah. I had somebody one time, I was with him, and he got drunk, and he says, I really can't drive, but can you drive me home? I said, you got to be kidding. I'd be weaving worse than you would. And he says, well, I'll tell you how to steer. I said, no, we'll get a cab, and you get home, and then I'll get home. And because I just didn't feel like, trying to drive.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. So technically, blind man, you can kind of see what, like shadows, kind of. You can't really.
Yeah, I have high light perception. The COVID shot that I should have never taken destroyed what vision I had, because I could see fairly well before, and I was able to reprint, but not for long periods of time before I got dizzy.
Uh-huh.
And I was able to write my own checks and stuff. Now I can't.
Wow.
And I should have never taken the COVID shot in the first place. But oh well. So, like I said, I really want to thank Gilligan and his wife Lucy for helping me and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I understand Country Bunkin passed away.
Yesterday. That is correct. Yep.
Oh, that's because I used to talk to him a lot. So, anyhow, sir, I will get off here to make room for Gilligan if he wants to call in, and others.
And I'm not sure. I think Gilligan, this is his off night. He normally joins in Monday night, Tuesday morning. Yeah, he ain't started his week yet, but all right, we'll get to let me see, Scrapyard, Plowboy, Eagle, and room for you at 844-844-3388. There's another state stepping in to help future truck drivers actually get their CDLs. With all the crackdown that's taking place, a.k.a. non-domiciled English proficiency. Yeah, Wisconsin's governor signing the bill to help booster the state's truck driver training program. The original law, passed a couple of years ago, created grants to help Wisconsin residents pay for CDL training as they work toward getting their first commercial driver's license. The Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development oversees the program. Supporters say this helps cut down the steep cost of CDL training. To qualify, the programs have to follow the federal entry-level driver training requirements. Each grant can pay up to half the training cost or up to $3,000, whichever's lower. And the Department of Workforce Development is also required to track how many grants are handed out and how much money is awarded. Funding for the program comes from money approved through the Joint Committee on Finance. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. And we get a news update, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. All right, rolling into the greatest day of the week back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance as the war with Iran continues.
That's up to President Trump as commander-in-chief to determine what constitutes a violation, when to go back to military action, or when to continue to give diplomacy a chance.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, the ambassador said that Washington is still pursuing talks after Iran sent a response to a U.S. peace proposal following Trump's expectation of an answer on his framework for ending the war. The State Department says it's revoking the passports of parents with unpaid child support.
Thousands of parents who owe $100,000 or more in past due child support are going to have their passports revoked. A news release by the State Department says under federal law, anyone who owes more than $2,500 in child support can have their passport either revoked or denied. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39driver.com.
everybody back at it on a Monday. Close out the weekend. What do you say, Scrapyard?
Yeah, what is happening, Captain? Back out here again after I had a little bit of a medical emergency Thursday evening. All that this crud that's going around that's got a hold of Miss Patty and put her in the hospital. Ended up with it myself and got an hour off of the yard. Stopped at Love's truck stop an hour out. Taking on fuel and got to feeling real weak and shaky and leaned up there on the cowling from a Volvo, got there by the driver's side steer tire and coughed real big and coughed up a blood clot the size of a chicken egg.
Ooh.
So people listen to me very carefully. This crud that's going around, I talked with the doctors. They said they couldn't call it COVID because the test didn't pick it up, but the doctor told me that the CDC had sent them a bulletin to hospitals all around the country that they had taken samples and put it in a scanning electron microscope, and it's the same exact structure. And it's extremely contagious. If you so much as get the slightest hint that you're coming down with a cold or flu, a tickle in your throat and a cough starts off, within 24 hours you're running like 104 fever. Do not wait around. If there's more than just you in your household, get everybody together, go to the doctor at the same time to nip it in the bud, keep from spreading it. This is extremely dangerous and extremely rough. I spent several hours in the ER, and I had coughed so hard I ruptured a blood vessel in my left eye and in my left lung.
Wow.
And so that if I had, they told me if I'd have just sucked it up and went and did my run, that I probably wouldn't have made it back. They gave me coagulants and such through the IV to get it to seal up.
Yeah.
And so if you feel like you're coming down with something, don't wait around, because a lot of times within 24 hours it hits you so hard you can't do for yourself. So, like I said, if you get to feeling poorly, and you're not the only one in the house, especially, load everybody up and get to the doctor and get everybody started on medication. Even if they're not showing any symptoms yet, because when it jumps on you, it jumps on hard and fast. So, I don't want anybody else to have to go through, because I'm number 10 out of my extended family and friends that has it.
Wow.
Yeah, and my friend Black Cat Brian and all that, he called me today, and he's asking what it felt like. He said he felt like he was about to die, and he rattled off the symptoms. I said, you get your wife and you get your daughter, and all three of y'all get to the hospital and get treated now.
So what are they putting you on? Is it antibiotic treatable, or what are they trying to?
They hit me with something in the IV, steroids, antibiotics, prescription cough syrup, which I can only take when I'm at home. I can't take it before I get out here on the road, except for Methazine.
Yep.
Let's see, and an inhaler. And luckily, Miss Patty at her house, she's already got the O2 machine and the nebulizer machine, and taking breathing treatments. And so, after going through this mess myself and all that, there's another fellow up here at my Springdale depot that's doing the same thing, coughing up blood and won't go to the damn doctor. I told him, I said, you're a fool. I said, you ought to call the boss man and get to the hospital right now, because that's not normal.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you feeling a little bit under the weather, don't do like I did and think, I'm just going to tough it out. I thought I was getting over it, and then it was like within the first week, and then all of a sudden that happened Thursday night. I drove the truck back to the yard, called my boss, and took myself directly to the ER. But if I'd have probably waited toward the end of the shift, I probably wouldn't be here.
I'll be darned. Wow.
I'm begging and pleading I'm begging and pleading with y'all, don't play around with this, because it sure as hell ain't going to play with you. Mercy. And on this driverless truck stuff, here's something that is frightening about the driverless trucks. What is one driverless human transportation company, Waymo, is wanting to expand like into Arkansas and other states? What the hell is going to happen when you get a Waymo and a driverless truck together?
Yeah.
Yeah, as many problems as that Waymos have had. I don't foresee anything good coming out of that.
I've seen a whole bunch of video out of, I guess they just introduced the Waymos in Nashville a couple weeks ago, and they're getting confused and screwing up everywhere.
Oh, yeah, it's a stupid idea. The only thing that should ever be allowed to be on the autopilot, and that are your large ships and boats and the aircrafts. Road vehicles, never. And then even when a plane or a boat is on autopilot, there's a human being in there.
Right.
With the exception of the Navy's new scout and reconnaissance vessels that they've got. It's like a macro frigate. And they've been testing those and running them down in the Gulf Coast, running those for a little bit for drug interdiction. But yeah, that's turning a driverless rig loose. It's just one of the stupidest ideas, at least in my opinion. But look at all the crap that's happened with Waymo, and then and these deaths that have occurred due to the Tesla software.
Yeah.
And on that Iran situation, I think it was Rubio posted about it. I was hearing some of the side news channels on YouTube. The last demand that was on Iran's proposal that they sent through Pakistan was the U.S. was to surrender, unconditional, complete surrender to Iran.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell they're smoking over. It's probably camel dung. And they've probably been feeding them that marijuana or whatever over there, so I don't know. But, they can pound sand since they got plenty of it.
Well, as they say, you can't make this stuff up. Complete surrender? I hadn't seen that, but Iran sent its response to the latest U.S. ceasefire proposal via Pakistani mediators. And wants negotiations to focus on permanently ending the war. But President Trump quickly rejected it as totally unacceptable in all capital letters. Iran wants to end the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, where Israel's fighting the Hezbollah terror group, and to ensure the security of shipping. Washington's latest proposal addressed a deal to end the war, reopen the strait, roll back Iran's nuclear program. Trump, via social media, accused Tehran of playing games with the United States for nearly 50 years. They will be laughing no longer. UN Ambassador Mike Walsh, as we've been hearing in the news update, said the president's trying to give diplomacy every chance we possibly can before going back to hostilities. The supreme leader, who hasn't been seen or heard publicly since the war began, supposedly issued new decisive directives for the continuation of operations and the powerful confrontation with the enemies. While meeting with the head of the Joint Military Command, according to the state media, the ceasefire, which supposedly continues to hold, tested when a drone ignited a small fire on a ship off Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait reported drones entering their airspace. The UAE said they shot down 2 drones, blaming Iran. Nobody claiming responsibility, though. Qatar's foreign ministry called the ship attack a dangerous, unacceptable escalation threatening the security and safety of the maritime trade routes. UK Maritime Trade Operations Center gave no details about the ship's owner or the origin of that particular vessel. Kuwait's defense ministry spokesperson responded to drones, said forces responded to drones, but didn't say where they had actually emanated from. So we're back to the president reiterating threats to resume full-scale bombing if Iran does not accept an agreement to reopen the strait and roll back the nuclear program. Everything just pretty much status quo as it has been now for several weeks. While one day it sounds like negotiations are moving forward, the next everything seems to be falling apart. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Philip mentioned earlier, appeared on CBS 60 Minutes this past evening. He said the war is not over because the enriched uranium has to be out of Iran. Saying, quote, Trump has said to me, I want to go in there, and I think it can be done physically to remove the uranium. Plowboy back on board here. What's happening, Plowboy?
Oh, you got my danders all in a whack right now. This driverless truck.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
And they're working a good stretch of highways. That's I-45. And, hey, anybody down around that Texas DOT house down there around Waverly, I wish to hell they would come out there and kick that scale open. Oh, after dark. Let them lights start flashing with that not a driver in the truck to shut it down when them lights go flashing because you ain't got pre-pass in Texas. There's no way it's going to get around it. Them flashing lights, I buy a Suburban that Texas DOT runs. Whether one of them grabblers and jerk the axle out from the back end of that damn thing. I mean, just put it down because this has got to stop. Plus, I cannot foresee how they can run that stretch at nighttime anyway. Because anytime, I've had it happen to me. You can be driving in 5-mile-an-hour wind, and all of a sudden you could hit a 45-mile-an-hour hit gale, and yeah, if you're light enough, you'll put you on the shoulder. Might even lay you down. And there's nothing that they could do to correct that. I don't give a damn how many electronic devices they've got in it. But, so Waymo is tying up Nashville. Ain't that neat?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't you just imagine a bunch of... Yeah, I got to say it because I've been down there. I've played around Nashville in my lifetime. Go down there and be bar hopping, playing, and having a good time. And, yeah, that's them cowboys down there ain't going to put up that garbage. But, Steve, if you and Lisa ever want to take a good road trip, 3 hours and 17 minutes from your bunker.
Yeah.
You need to. Then she came back and she's liked what she's seen out there in Pennsylvania at the truck convoy. Have you ever heard of a little town up there north and east of you all off 71, 62 up there called Millersburg?
I can't say that I have. I'm not familiar. Is that another? I know there's Amish community up there in central Ohio somewhere.
Go to break sometime. Pull that up. Look at it. I mean, they have not got one place to buy something. They got. Put it this way, Steve. When you go up there, sir, you'll be renting U-Haul to come back, brother. I tease you not. I mean, they've got Amish shops all over the place.
Yeah.
I used to haul out there quite a bit and haul it back to Akron and have a day or two off. And my late wife, oh my gosh, I could lose her up there. Well, more than once I felt comfortable enough to stay in the truck and she'd come, honey, could you help me get this packed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she would literally love it, Steve. Your bank account might not, but oh well. You only live once, but no. So you seen some of the equipment out there running, being pulled by horses?
Yes, sure did.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. So I used to haul out east of there, a place called New Holland, Pennsylvania, where the New Holland equipment manufacturer was, the red and yellow. But I was hauling out a New Holland chicken plant there at Tyson. Well, it used to be some other, I forget who it was now. But anyway, I mean, I've literally seen our type of farming, not that dang big, maybe an 8-row planter being pulled by a team of horses with a Wisconsin motor being used to run the hydraulics. But they'll never put a piece of rubber on any of their land. That's why I always thought was very unique about them. But,
yeah.
But no, I've been friends with, well, sometimes just at least look up the word Anabaptist, just like I just the way it sounds.
Yes, we did. There was a presentation that Bird in Hand was the place, and it was kind of it's not a movie, it's a kind of a theatrical presentation with screens. I mean, but interaction and smoke and lights and artificial intelligent people, you know. And it's the story, Jacob's Choice, I believe it was called, Jacob's Choice. Yeah, the tale, and it kind of went through the history of the Amish being massacred throughout Europe and how they came to this country, and it was very fascinating.
Yeah, Russian all in over there. Yes, sir.
Yep, it was very, very interesting.
See, I dated some ladies back in my younger years that was on the mechanical side of it, not the Amish, not the Mennonites, but what they call the German Baptists. And I mean, they were diehard. They had all their services in German. I loved it. Really, I did. Probably if I had been able to work 7 days a week, I probably, if I just had 6 days, I might have joined the church. But, I mean, they're fascinating people. I love them. I love talking to buckwheat. Really, I do. But, I mean, they're very fascinating people. But, all righty. Oh, Steve, is this going to be like the Ebola virus, what we're looking at?
To some extent, the contact tracing they're doing right now, they are saying that's exactly how they stopped the Ebola outbreak, and there was another one. What was the other outbreak? But
well, I had a reason to ask that, because I remember this is back when your dad was still behind the mic. He was raising hell when they brought the Ebola virus, some of them patients to Utah, Omaha, damn it. And, he was raising hell about that because they were putting them here and a couple, 2 or 3 there. And, I mean, that was very upsetting, your daddy on that one, the way they were. But one damn thing I had to say about it, though, sir, are we not better now since we're looking at it this way versus what would happen if Biden would have been in the White House or Kamala on a second term? What would the WHO have us be doing now, sir? Scary, isn't it?
yes, indeed. Well, Plowboy, good to hear from you back. Thank you back once again. We rolling toward news break, top of the hour. First, a quick timeout.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
On the internet here, because I said it's not a movie theater, and they explain it like this: it's not IMAX, it's not a 3D movie. The theater consists of an actual barn siding with 5 multiple projection screens, 100,000 watts of theatrical lighting, custom designed mechanical special effects, 4-dimensional sound and imagery. It was really cool. Both myself and the princess, it kind of takes you through, the entire history of the Amish coming to this country. And then coming into more modern times. A 16-year-old who was brought up in the Amish community, wants an automobile, doesn't want to, quote, join the church, which if you join the church, you're not going to be allowed to have the automobile. And, we'll just leave it at that. Don't want to ruin the entire story for somebody that may catch that next time they're rolling through. But I give it a 2 thumbs up. So according to the latest trucking industry analysis, operational costs are at or above historical averages and historic levels in many areas. You're seeing it out there every day. Fuel prices obviously remain unstable. Equipment payments, insurance, maintenance cost, everything up. We'll break down some of the numbers, the latest where do you go from here, that, and more to come in our final hour just ahead. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
Costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance as the war with Iran continues.
That's up to President Trump as commander-in-chief to determine what constitutes a violation, when to go back to military action, or when to continue to give diplomacy a chance.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, the ambassador said that Washington is still pursuing talks after Iran sent a response to a U.S. peace proposal following Trump's expectation of an answer on his framework for ending the war. President Trump is addressing concerns over the Hana virus, saying we have very good people closely monitoring the situation.
They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time, not easily transferable, unlike COVID.
CDC staff have been sent to Spain's Canary Islands to escort American passengers off the outbreak-stricken cruise ship and return them to Nebraska for quarantine and monitoring. ABC is accusing the Trump administration of violating its free speech rights in a filing submitted to the FCC this week.
The Disney-owned network blasting the federal government for creating what it calls a chilling effect on First Amendment freedoms while citing its investigation into The View. The government's investigation centers on whether the network's daytime talk program broke a requirement that broadcast stations give equal time to political candidates for the same office. However, ABC insists The View airs under an exemption to that equal time rule. The petition also comes a week after the FCC announced it's launching an early review of the 8 broadcast licenses owned and operated by ABC. I'm Jim Roop.
The State Department says it's revoking the passports of parents with unpaid child support.
Thousands of parents who owe $100,000 or more in past due child support are going to have their passports revoked. The news release by the State Department says under federal law, anyone who owes more than $2,500 in child support can have their passport either revoked or denied. Parents with significant child support debt are being advised to make payment arrangements as soon as possible. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Mail order access to an abortion pill is being restored by the Supreme Court for now.
The High Court issued an emergency order Monday to give the justices more time to consider the issue after a federal 3-judge panel stopped a federal rule Friday that allowed mifepristone to be prescribed through telemedicine and then delivered by mail. That ruling's now been paused until at least May 11th. Use of the drugs become more widespread since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
New research presented at the European Congress on Obesity suggests around 8,500 steps today may help maintain weight loss after dieting, challenging the long-standing 10,000-step goal, which originated as a 1960s Japanese pedometer marketing campaign. Experts say weight control still depends on calorie balance, cardio, and strength training. Protests over the weekend over a trans high school athlete competing in sports in California.
We're tired of men's feelings being more important than our voices and our rights.
Olivia Viola is a senior at Green Lutheran High School in Irvine. She was competing Saturday in the high jump and long jump, but before the track meet in Yorba Linda, she joined the Save Girls Sports Rally to speak out about having to compete against trans student A.B. Hernandez.
I want to be clear. We're not wishing ill will on the men who compete against us. There is no hatred. We're simply fighting for our right to fair competition.
Hernandez placed first in the long jump, triple jump, and high jump. California currently being sued over allowing trans students to compete in high school sports. I'm Jason Nathanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. Get that final hour underway on a Monday. All right, hope you enjoyed the weekend. Here we are, the greatest day of the week. There was ever exhibit number 1 for term limits. Can you believe Maxine Waters she's actually campaigning right now for re-election for California's 43rd Congressional District. Yeah, their primary is coming up next month, June. She's 87 years old. What do you? What is she looking for? What? Is it a power thing? A power trip? Being a member of Congress? I mean, I guess she's still head of is it the Finance Committee? She's been in Congress 35 years. So 87 years old, and she wants more. Okay. Term limits, for the love of God. And going back, we were talking the autonomous discussion here a bit earlier. The Aurora and the new company, Bot Auto, whatever it is, that's doing the completely driverless routes and growing fast. We mentioned McLean. Phillips, it sounds like McLean's going to start with line haul, just like Pepsi and Frito-Lay did with Tesla. But the Bot Auto story is pretty serious because Aurora and Phoenix are still testing. Aurora's the only one that I know of running multiple state lines by going from Texas to Georgia. All right. Hello to Scott. He said, "Morning, Steve. A lot of talk about the Amish today. A good road trip for you and the princess would be about 4 hours to my home 20. It's Middlefield, Ohio, which is home of the fourth largest Amish settlement in the world, they say. I do my shopping in Middlefield every Saturday, and you can hardly get one end of town to the other through all the buggies." All right. We saw just a handful when all was said and done, a handful of buggies, but yeah, that's what the princess thought was so cool. All right. Missouri Dragon checking in, running a little early this morning. How much did y'all raise for those youngins there? Obviously talking about the Make-A-Wish convoy. I don't have any numbers yet, and I'm not sure if they'll actually release any numbers until, I think, Father's Day. And if you're not familiar, Horse Feathers has explained several times over the years, you can still make donations that would apply to this year's Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. So our links to the Hot Shot secret page and the $5,000 match, and I'm not sure where we ended on that as of Mother's Day. But you can continue making donations. They issue a final number then after Father's Day. But I can tell you, with the sheer number of trucks and the amount of people that were there, it's got to be good numbers. Anyway, 45 degrees here at the head of the Ozark Scenic Riverway in south central Missouri. All right, good to hear from you. Hired Gun, 60, cloudy here, Kingston, Georgia. This early Monday. Sorry about that. Camera's down. Scrapyard. Cargo theft. Big in the trucking industry. We've been talking about it for months and months and years, and it's growing exponentially. But the mode of theft has been changing. The days of a driver maybe waking up with a lock broke or a seal clipped and the freight gone. Or maybe the simple old, go into the truck stop for a meal and a shower and come out and the trailer's gone. Everything has become more technical, more digital. And here's a great example how one individual could pull off millions of dollars in stolen freight. An Illinois man sentenced to federal prison for his scheme to steal millions of dollars worth of cargo, including liquor and commercial-grade copper, posing as a representative of both real and fictitious logistics companies. May the 6th, last week, Avaris Zigmontis, 41 years old, of Elk Grove, Illinois, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois. Between 2020 and 2023, Zigmontis used various aliases posing as an employee of both real and, in some cases, fictitious motor carriers and freight brokers that offered to transport goods across state lines. After misrepresenting himself, Zigmontis induced companies to release loads of cargo to him, which he then diverted to other locations and stole, with Zigmontis and help from others, intended to steal at least $14.6 million in goods, and successfully stole more than $10.1 million over the course of 3 years. More than $10 million in shipments of copper and liquor, fraudulently posing as employees of both legitimate and fictitious logistics companies. He had the ability to make different choices, but refused to do so, resulting in increasingly serious criminal conduct and substantial losses to his victims. So 5 years, but one guy, $10 million. I guess it's all fun and games until you get caught. Meanwhile, according to the latest industry analysis, well, we know you're seeing it, prices for everything up. Who was it? Buckwheat just last week, talking about renewing the insurance on his 3 vehicles, nearly doubling, $80,000 a year for his insurance on his 3 trucks. Yeah, keeping these and other operational costs fixed and variable top of mind is very critical for the small business drivers out there. OWIDA is encouraging participation in a study examining trucking-related costs. The American Transportation Research Institute is conducting their annual for-hire motor carrier data collection to support studies on industry productivity, driver issues, and fuel efficiency. That particular survey, this annual survey, has become a barometer of the freight market conditions and a benchmark for carriers across various sectors, from owner-operators to the mega fleets. According to the American Transportation Research Institute, we believe it's important to collaborate with other industry stakeholders to provide truckers a voice in critical research that matters to their everyday operations. So they're looking at driver pay, equipment expenditures, insurance premiums, non-revenue mileage, driver utilizations, mileage between breakdowns, revenue per truck per week, some of the cost metrics that they track. Now, they say all data collected from the survey, including personal, organizational, and financial information, is kept confidential, never released for public use under any circumstances. Yet non-disclosure agreements can be signed upon request, they say. The last cost data survey focused on tractor-trailer operations. Participating carriers will now receive a customized report comparing their cost and operations with an anonymized peer group that's in the same sector, similar size. Customized reports from multi-year participants will also include year-over-year comparisons, how much things have increased from one to the next. They say carriers with multiple operating fleets can submit data for each fleet separately. Owner-operators will be linked to a new streamlined form tailored to your operations. The final published report will be presented in an aggregated, non-identifying format. So right now, you've got that still up and running on the American Transportation Research Institute's website. Now, they do say for-hire carriers have till May 15th, so that's this Friday, to complete the survey. Final hour, off and rolling here on a Monday, greatest way of the week. Are you with us there, Eagle? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve. I want to get to this NASCAR situation, and then I want to talk about this Donald Trump in this war with Iran and the gas prices once again before I finish up. But yeah, Steve, okay, the NASCAR race, and I know Brain Dead, if he's listening to me, he don't probably go call it tonight, but he'll call it tomorrow probably and complain about what I'm going to say, because we've had this argument before. This guy Shane Ginsburg, whatever his name is, Steve, this guy here, and I told you this months ago, this guy is a road course specialist. This is what this guy does. This is what he used to do before he came to NASCAR. That's why he dominates. There's a reason why he's won the last few races they've had with road courses. The reason why he's dominated, and then to do what he did today, to come from 20, almost 30 seconds back and pass up the whole field, half of the field, to still take the lead, and then even put more time on the field, shows you what this guy is all about. And there's nothing wrong with being a road course specialist, but call him what he is. He has an advantage over the other drivers. They had a camera on the foot, the feet, and on the inside of the car. The guy knows how to hit the brake, the gas pedal, and the clutch. You watch him compared to other drivers, and he clearly knows what he's doing when he's driving that vehicle. And like I said, he'll continue to win the road courses because, as I've repeated myself again, he's a road course specialist. Just like Dale Earnhardt Sr. was a restrictor plate specialist. He won the restrictor plates until he dominated Talladega and Daytona because he knew how to drive the car to get from the back of the field to the front of the field. And that's why Dale Earnhardt is the best restrictor plate driver in the history of NASCAR, just like this guy is the best road course man. And there's nothing wrong with neither one of them, but I believe in calling it like I see it, Steve, and that's exactly what he is a road course specialist. So he went on to win the race, and that's about all I can say about that, because like I say, I don't like the guy. You know, he won, but I don't particularly like him. Okay, now let me move on to this situation, Steve, with the again with the war with Iran. Okay, it's obvious now that, like I told you the first time, it's obvious Iran. I told you months ago when the whole deal got started, and you said it's that these people are Stone Age, Steve. They don't believe in doing the right thing. They think opposite of the way we think. And the only thing that Trump is left to do now is destroy what's left of the country, and to try to make his point one last time, because these people are calling Donald Trump's bluff. Like I told you many times, if you Donald Trump, he needs to stop saying he's going to destroy the country, and then a day later turn around and like I say, there's one or two things going on with Donald Trump, and I hope this is not the problem, Steve. I hope this is not what's going on with this guy. There's either one thing. Either he's trying to scare these people into thinking he's going to destroy their country and then sign a deal, or either there's somebody in Donald Trump's ear in the White House who's telling him not to do something. That's all I can think, because you can't change your mind that quickly in 24 hours if you don't have those two things going for you. Like I said, either Donald Trump is trying to scare these people through scare tactics and saying that he's going to destroy the country, or either when he makes those comments, there's somebody in the background, whether it's the defense guy, whether it's the chief of staff, Marco Rubio, maybe it's J.D. Vance, I don't know. Maybe somebody said, no, you can't do that. You can't make that move, because there's no way you can change your mind in 24 hours like that, Steve. And like I said, at this time, we've given these people more than enough, and now they're insulting the U.S. Intelligence by saying that they want us to pay for the damages that we've done to their country. That's an insult for them to put that on paper and expect Donald Trump to sign a document like that, and then to say that they're not going to give up the nuclear weapons, they're not going to give up the nuclear material. So it's obvious they're not going to do the right thing, Steve. How many more? I'm going to ask you this simple question. How many more chances do we have to give these people before it's over with, Steve? How many documents have Donald Trump sent over there to Tehran for these people to sign off on, and they turn their back on it? How many times are we going to do this? Can you answer that question?
I have no idea, Eagle. I don't know. What's the end game?
I just told you what the end game was. The end game is to do what Donald Trump said he was going to do, and go ahead. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, give him a final ultimatum. He should have done that a long time ago. And if they don't do it, then we go ahead and make the move and destroy whatever left they got of Tehran, Iran, whatever you want to call it, because it's gone on too long, Steve. And the American people, do you realize, Steve, Donald Trump, this might cost him the election. It might even cost us 28. American people are going to remember this, Steve. I told you that at the beginning of the show. People see this $4 and $5 and $6 and $7 gallon gas, and the only person they're blaming is Donald Trump. You even have if you listen real closely, you even have Donald Trump. People that voted for him 2 times are pissed off, and they're not happy because he said he wasn't going to start a war, and that's what he did. And then he raised the gas prices. This has nothing to do with Joe Biden, Steve. And I'm as big a supporter as Donald Trump as you're gonna have, and even I'm not happy about it. And if I'm not happy, I promise you, other people are not. So he needs to make a move to end this war, get it over with, and get these gas prices back down, or we might end up with another Democrat in the White House in 2028. And as you and I both know, that's not good for nobody, anybody, because that'll be the end of the United States, because the border will be reopened again to allow people here that don't belong. And everything that Joe Biden did in his 4 years in the White House will be reinstalled by that new Democratic president, and we'll be right back where we started when Donald Trump took the White House. Now, one last comment, Steve, about this situation with the virus. Like I said, we'll see I believe that in the next 3 weeks, we will find out if allowing these people in the U.S. was a bad mistake, because this virus has an incubation period, like they said, and we don't know if this virus is transported as quickly as they say it is. We're in the early stages of it. I got my fingers crossed. God help us all that this does not turn out to be worse than the COVID virus, because you've seen how many people died, and I'm gonna repeat these numbers right quick, Steve. I think you said, and somebody else said, COVID virus had a 1% death rate. A 1% death rate, and they lost over 1 million people. I want people to add up these numbers. If it turns out to be true, 40%, you add that up out of how many people might die if it has a 40% death rate. And like I told you the first time, if those numbers don't scare you, I don't know what will. And I thank you for taking my call.
Right. And it's the transmissibility. That's the key factor there. Not as easily transmitted, but 40%, yes, that is an astronomical number. It's almost like if you get it, you flip the coin. Yeah, you may. It's almost even odds.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, again, you can do a quick search. As we know, the COVID was highly contagious. Airborne aerosols. And the Andes virus, the hantavirus, while potentially aerosolized in limited cases, it typically requires, close physical contact, sharing a cabin, something like that, drinking or eating after someone. The virus is far less effective at spreading between people compared to the COVID. Now, the incubation period, that's a big factor because it is much, much longer. I mean, could be anywhere from 1 to 6 weeks. But due to the lower transmissibility, it's cited as a low public health risk, unlikely to cause a pandemic. But the word unlikely does not mean cannot or will not. Yeah, right? I thought he'd be kind of maybe waking up earlier this week. I got to have dinner with Horse Feathers there Thursday evening. Our first night there up in Pennsylvania, gearing up for the convoy. I forget the name of the joint we had dinner at. But either way, I remember in our conversation, he had been going to like a training for his new job and starting his day like 3:30 in the morning. And if you can hang in through the news break, I know he only has a very short window headed from the home 20 to wherever that destination is. He's only got like 15, 20 minutes. So I see you're on hold there. We'll get you right out of the news break. A service of industrial injection. Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, says President Trump is giving diplomacy a chance as the war with Iran continues.
That's up to President Trump as commander-in-chief to determine what constitutes a violation, when to go back to military action, or when to continue to give diplomacy a chance.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, the ambassador said that Washington is still pursuing talks after Iran sent a response to a U.S. peace proposal following Trump's expectation of an answer on his framework for ending the war. President Trump is addressing concerns over the Hana virus, saying we have very good people closely monitoring the situation.
They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time. Not easily transferable, unlike COVID.
CDC staff have been sent to Spain's Canary Islands to escort American passengers off the outbreak-stricken cruise ship and return them to Nebraska for quarantine and monitoring. ABC is accusing the Trump administration of violating its free speech rights in a filing submitted to the FCC this week.
The Disney-owned network blasting the federal government for creating what it calls a chilling effect on First Amendment freedoms while citing its investigation into The View. The government's investigation centers on whether the network's daytime talk program broke a requirement that broadcast stations give equal time to political candidates for the same office. However, ABC insists The View airs under an exemption to that equal time rule. The petition also comes a week after the FCC announced it's launching an early review of the 8 broadcast licenses owned and operated by ABC. I'm Jim Roop.
The State Department says it's revoking the passports of parents with unpaid child support.
Thousands of parents who owe $100,000 or more in past due child support are going to have their passports revoked. The news release by the State Department says under federal law, anyone who owes more than $2,500 in child support can have their passport either revoked or denied. Parents with significant child support debt are being advised to make payment arrangements as soon as possible. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Mail order access to an abortion pill is being restored by the Supreme Court for now.
The High Court issued an emergency order Monday to give the justices more time to consider the issue after a federal 3-judge panel stopped a federal rule Friday that allowed mifepristone to be prescribed through telemedicine and then delivered by mail. That ruling's now been paused until at least May 11th. Use of the drugs become more widespread since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
New research presented at the European Congress on Obesity suggests around 8,500 steps a day may help maintain weight loss after dieting, challenging the long-standing 10,000-step goal, which originated as a 1960s Japanese pedometer marketing campaign. Experts say weight control still depends on calorie balance, cardio, and strength training. Protests over the weekend over a trans high school athlete competing in sports in California.
We're tired of men's feelings being more important than our voices and our rights.
Olivia Viola is a senior at Green Lutheran High School in Irvine. She was competing Saturday in the high jump and long jump, but before the track meet in Yorba Linda, she joined the Save Girls Sports Rally to speak out about having to compete against trans student A.B. Hernandez.
I want to be clear. We're not wishing ill will on the men who compete against us. There is no hatred. We're simply fighting for our right to fair competition.
Hernandez placed first in the long jump, triple jump, and high jump. California currently being sued over allowing trans students to compete in high school sports. I'm Jason Nathanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Well, let's just say between all the walking, Thursday, Hershey Park, walking, Hershey's Chocolate World, touring Amish country, the Mother's Day convoy Saturday, walking, Chicago, O'Hare Airport. Oh my God, I think we walked 23 miles yesterday. My legs are aching.
Morning, Your Honor.
What do you say, horse feathers?
Yeah, back at it.
Long time
Back
no
to Monday.
talk. Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, what a great weekend we had there. So, I think it was a place called the Spring House, if I remember correctly, for Thursday that we had dinner.
Okay, that's where he brought his miniature Great Dane. Miniature, right?
Yeah. Well, she's only like 29 or 30 inches tall at her shoulders, so she's probably 4 or 5 inches shy of what a normal female Dane would be, and she's lucky. She's just over 100 pounds, so she's only half the weight of some of them out there. So
she's
pretty miniature.
She's a beautiful puppy, though.
Yes, she is. And she's very well mannered and does very well. So we're thinking that the old foster thing is just not going to happen, and it's going to end up just being one of them failure deals. And so she's probably pretty much ours without any question about it.
Part of the family now. You can't give her up now, right?
Yep. Nope, not at all. So, hey, I did get the message from Gilligan there the other night there when you guys were going to bed there to head back, and then I see the other one yesterday there. Condolences and prayers to Country Bumpkins family out there. That's sad to hear that there. I know he worked hard and done a lot to make sure his family is to where it is, and spent a good life working in the trucking industry and worked really hard doing it. And then, he ended up about the time he was retiring there and got the diagnosis there, the cancer, and then, has been fighting that for the last couple of years.
And I was trying to remember. I can't recall if I ever met him face to face, like at the truck show or not, honestly.
Yeah, I know I'd never met him, but, I met him through Pup. I mean, he was friends with Pup, at least on the phone, if not, face to face. And, but I met him through him, and, had a lot of great phone conversations with him there over the years there. The after show phone calls that we've done before. So
right.
But yeah, so as far as the convoy goes there, after we had dinner Thursday and you guys got to tour the Amish countryside and everything all day Friday, and we got got to be able to set up. That worked out good, and I think we had a pretty good display. It looked very professional. I mean, I'll tell you what, there, Hot Shot Secret set us up pretty well there with all the handouts and stuff, and I didn't realize it, but they'd send extra bags out there. So the Make-A-Wish people that made up goodie bags for everybody there, they were all in Hot Shot Secret bags. So not only was it the stuff you were,
yes,
yeah. So there was a lot of green bags all over the Mother's Day convoy there. So if anything, there's a lot more recognition of Hot Shot Secret out here now than what there was before.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot more recognition for the Overnight Drive show as well. So we talked to a lot of people, and hey, how many people did you get to meet finally that live out this way that actually, are out here listening all the time?
A bunch. We were both, me and the Princess, impressed with how I didn't expect to meet that many people. I mean, just kind of like being at the truck show in Louisville, people coming up saying, yeah, we listen to y'all. I've never called, but I listen,
Yeah. There's always that, isn't there? They're out there. We got to get them. It's not that hard. What is it, 10 digits? The 844-844-3388?
Yes,
That's
sir.
not that hard. If you can call a dispatch, if you can call a dispatcher or a load broker and talk to them, that ain't nothing like calling Steve Sommers. Steve Sommers is easy.
So am I correct? Somebody asked a few minutes ago, said, how much did you raise for those young'uns? I said, technically, you could still make donate up till, do they give any numbers before Father's Day, or do they hold off until that point?
They will not now. So everything that got turned in yesterday, no, day before yesterday, it's not on Sunday anymore, right? No.
Right.
Yeah, so everything that got turned in on Saturday, and from now until Father's Day, will not go into that ticker on the online site. So if you go to wishconvoy.org, that number will stay the same. And then we actually won't really find out the number until fall when they make the announcement for the top 30 drivers, because they hold all that back until they make the announcement for the top 30, and also what they call the grand drivers. They give recognition to all the drivers there that raise $1,000, at least $1,000 as well.
Okay.
So if you notice, there's not only banners out there for the top 30 drivers, they give them out for the grand drivers as well.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, but now it kind of started out dry in the morning, and then some showers moved in the middle, and kind of dampened out there where the trucks were, but people were still able to walk around a little bit with umbrellas and hoods and stuff. And the way they had the food trucks configured, I was thinking it was going to be a little bit crowded, but for the way it worked out with the weather, I think it worked out pretty well for everybody getting out there. And then there was a place there called the Barbecue Trough that apparently had a lot of people frequenting it, that they kept running them out of all their product.
I frequented I had the brisket barbecue. We both loved it.
Yeah. So apparently that's friends of our friends here on the show that were actually operating that.
Buckwheat
so,
and
Buckwheat
Cream of Wheats. She said, I guess they're friends of theirs. I didn't.
Yep. So it's kind of a, that shows, this is kind of like a family community type thing that is really a close-knit thing and really, really important to the community out here. So I've actually been trying to work outside the county a little bit to actually bring some other recognition to it in the other areas that they represent. So that's what the whole goal was with the polo last year, was to get over into a neighboring county a little bit and bring some recognition to the Make-A-Wish and the truck convoy and the event and everything.
You know who you didn't? Know who you didn't get to meet?
No, who's that?
Spaceman.
Really? Was he there?
The trucks were pulling out. You were already gone, and my phone rang. We were out there in the lot, kind of filming. The phone rings, and he's like, "Where are you? Where are you?" And he said, "I'm out in front of Bay 37." I'm looking. He said, "Wave your hands," and I did. Sure enough, yeah, he stood there with us and watched all the trucks go out. We got to chat for an hour or two.
Okay, well that's good. I'm glad he was there. Yeah, that would have been cool. I passed him on the highway before. I actually, we waved each other. He was still in the yellow truck at the time.
Yeah.
And I passed him up on 81 one day, and coming up, and it was about the right time. He should have been coming back from New York City, and I come up on this yellow truck, and of course I could go just a little bit faster than him at the time. And so we get side by side with the windows, and here's this guy with a beard and everything, and I'm like, yeah, that's Spaceman. So we waved and everything.
He's all trimmed up now. His beard is nice and trim. His hair's cut down. Well, it's not real short, but he don't have the long hair anymore. We were watching the trucks go out. I said, hey, Spaceman, I hadn't seen any UPS trucks. Are they in? He said, I don't think they're involved. He said, that's a shame. Look at all. He said, the terminal's only 30 miles away. They need to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. Maybe we can get him involved and get some marketing people from the Big Brown to get involved, and maybe we can do something. That might work out well.
Yep.
So, but anyways, no. But it was good for seeing you and Lisa, and I'm glad Hot Shot made put the extra into having you guys out here and having all that happen. And boy, I sure hope we can continue this, because I'd like to see some more grow. And I don't know, maybe through the Hot Shot connection, maybe we can get some other businesses or something to kind of come along with us there, that are in the industry.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But because not only is it the little community event here, there's a lot of people that come from a lot of different areas. I mean, and we had Marty out here. Did you mention that Marty was here with the Spirit Truck?
I was just going to say, yeah, it was also first year for OIDA, the Spirit of the American Trucker. The Women in Trucking truck was there with their driver's simulator truck out there in the lot, and they participated. I couldn't believe Marty made it from the convoy yesterday. He was already in New Hampshire this past morning.
Really? Was he? Holy cow. All right. Well, bless his heart, right?
rolling.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, I'm about ready to find myself into a spot where I'm going to lose my cell connection. So I guess I'd better say adios, and I ain't saying what that Captain Ron would say today, right?
Enjoy your greatest day of the week, Horse Feathers. One of these days we'll get you to be able to do that again.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good, Your Honor. And we'll talk to you soon.
And whenever Hump Day does roll around, it'll probably be closer to this time of the day before we ever get an official, hey, Mike. So I had totally missed it. Friday. Enjoying, the world continues to revolve. Life goes on when you're not locked in with what's going on with the news nonstop, 24 hours per day. Things could be happening, and you think about the Amish community out there. The world could be ending, and they wouldn't know. World War III could be underway. They wouldn't know. I guess, did we find anything really scary? The Department of War Friday releasing all the Twilight Zone documents related to UFOs. Never before made public. Part of the release, they said the department created an actual web page, they said, that would host UFO-related or released documents. Fox News noted that the releases included images of strangely shaped objects captured on film during the Apollo 12 and Apollo 17 space missions. Now we've got a few very bright particles or fragments or something that go drifting by us as we maneuver, according to one astronaut. Another astronaut says, there's a whole bunch of big ones on my window down there, just bright. It looks like the 4th of July out of Ron's window. Another astronaut says, yeah, now you can see some of them in shape. They're very jagged, angular fragments that are tumbling. Newsweek noted that one release was from a debriefing from the Apollo 11 astronauts who went to the moon in 1969. Buzz Aldrin is quoted as saying, "The first unusual thing that we saw, I guess, was one day out or something pretty close to the moon. It had a sizable dimension to it. So we put the monocular on it. The crew speculated the object could have been maybe from their launch vehicle, but he also noted little flashes inside the cabin, spaced a couple of minutes apart, and also a fairly bright light source, which we tentatively ascribed to a possible laser." The War Department posting on X, the American people can now access the federal government's declassified UAP files instantly. Videos, photos, original source documents from across the U.S. government, all in one place. No clearance required. Now, they say while past administrations sought to discredit or dissuade the American people, President Trump has focused on providing maximum transparency to the public so we can make up our own minds about what's in those files. Various top administration officials commented on the release. Secretary of War Hegseth said these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation. It's time the people see it for themselves. FBI Director Kash Patel said for the first time in history, the American people have unfettered access to declassified government files on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, a level of transparency that no prior administration has delivered. But when they say declassified, what's still classified, I guess, is my question. Is everything released? I mean, or just declassified? Are you keeping the really good stuff secret still? Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard says the American people have long sought transparency about the government's knowledge of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Under President Trump's leadership, the offices of the Director of National Intelligence is actively coordinating the intelligence community's declassification efforts with the Department of War to ensure a careful, comprehensive, unprecedented review of our holdings to provide the people maximum transparency. This is the first in what will be an ongoing joint declassification and release effort. So, again, it's going to be coming out in tranches, as they call it, a little bit here, a little bit there. And I can assure you that there will always be something classified.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you know Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit x39driver.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, in our final moments, couple of final updates. When it comes to the non-domiciled CDLs, the ruling that took place in effect, a month and a half ago now, I guess, that will ultimately, they say, take some 200,000 non-domiciled CDLs off the road. Undoubtedly, lawsuits have been filed. U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia Court voting against the emergency motion aimed at blocking that federal rule. In an order filed last Tuesday, the three-judge panel voted 2-1 to deny a stay of the rule pending completion of the lawsuit. Instead, the court granted the petitioner's request for an expedited trial. But the lawsuit itself centers around the FMCSA's non-domiciled CDL rule that took place in March. Under that rule, an employment authorization document is no longer enough to obtain a non-domiciled CDL. Also, asylum seekers, asylees, refugees, DACA recipients are ineligible, which led to the lawsuit. George Luan, a DACA recipient, who's been in the U.S. since he was 2 years old, he's driven truck for the past 11 years, argues the decision to revoke his CDL is not rooted in safety. These cases concern the terms on which aliens domiciled outside the U.S. can receive licenses to drive trucks, buses, other commercial vehicles, according to the majority ruling from the judges. The regulations under review responds to a long-standing concern that state licensing authorities cannot adequately review pertinent driving records and recent evidence that the authorities can't consistently decipher one of the forms used to establish license eligibility. So the regulation addresses the first concern by restricting eligibility to foreign domiciled aliens who have visas that enable consular review of driving records elsewhere. It addresses the second concern, requiring use of a different form that more clearly establishes eligibility requirements. There was 2 judges that said the emergency stay is unwarranted. We deny a stay because the petitioners have not shown a strong likelihood of success. We grant expedition given the lack of opposition. The importance of the questions presented, though, and the significant government and private interests implicated here. So it'll be interesting when all is said and done, see where that goes. I have a sneaky suspicion this is going to hold up. If he's been here all those years, should have gone through the process of maybe, seeking citizenship. We'll close things out right there here on the greatest day of the week. Thanks for being with us for our Monday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.